Hello and welcome on the second day. So we're gonna get started right away. We're gonna start with the cost panel. The Cost Action is an interdisciplinary research network which does research on a particular subject. So in this panel, you will hear about opportunities for Ukrainian scientists. There are professional opportunities in doing research and career growth. I'd like to turn over to OKSANA KRUKEYCH, who runs the expert group on innovations in the Directorate of Science and Innovations. She's a national cost coordinator for Ukraine. Hello, everybody. Today's Cost Information Day will allow you to learn more about the role of cost in helping researchers in this country. And you will receive answers to the questions about the benefits of this program for research, how to get involved in that. You will be able to get feedback on what is the benefit from participating in cost. You will also be able to speak through the chat. And in the end of the panel, there's going to be Q&A. Everybody will have a time limit that is indicated in the agenda. I'd like to turn over to the Director General, Igor TARANOV. Hello, we are experiencing a little bit of a technical difficulty here. So nowadays we have to operate under uncertain conditions. I appreciate this conference. It's about open science. It is so important to discuss it in this country right now. We need to do better in science. Nowadays, I'd like to thank you all on behalf of the Ukrainian community and Cost Association. Thanks to RONALD BRUIN and Catherine ALFÖLDI, the expert on policy. And thanks to all participants and presenters in this special session within the COST program in Ukraine. It's the Info Day of COST in Ukraine, and that's an outstanding event which will allow you to pick up a lot of useful updates. The Ministry of Education and Science and its international partners seeks to create conducive environment for developing an innovative ecosystem in order to combine industrial scientific potential of the country and to make sure that there's going to be international cooperation in the research field. It should be stepped up, it should be activated. So at the top level, we need to enable transfer of technologies and commercialization of research products. And this in turn will accelerate the rebuilding of the country and its economy after the war. Among the things that are done to preserve the science of the country in wartime, we help Ukraine build further capacities in this field. Ukraine is a part of the EU framework program on research and innovations, Horizon Europe, and the training program of Euratom. Back in March of this year, Ukraine has gained full membership in COST Association. The ministry appreciates the decision of the Committee of Top-Level Representatives of the European Program on Science and Technology Cooperation, and it granted the Ukraine a full-fledged membership in COST. For the sake of complete integration of Ukraine with the COST family, the ministry has designated a national focal point and delegates to the committee at the top level. The national coordinator, OKSANA KRUKEYCH, will be moderating our session. They nominated Ukrainian representatives to the scientific committee of COST. There are fundamental values and principles in research and innovations. Among them, you get academic freedom, gender equality, research ethics, open science. This is the key to sustainable and inclusive development of democratic countries. In all of these things, we need to see how science and innovations will work towards improving Ukraine's economy. So in this process, Ukrainian science should be a part of the deal because its science has a lot of potential. There are certain tools that will be made available to Ukrainian researchers and innovators, and through the COST Association, Ukraine will find its way to the European research space, and it will help this country address technology, scientific challenges jointly with our European partners. I'd like to thank COST Association for organizing today's Information Day and supporting the country. It is such an important thing to this country. We have recently joined the family of COST. I'd like to wish everybody fruitful discussions and proceedings. You will pick up a lot of useful information to promote our activities. Don't be afraid of asking questions of the speakers. Just try and get as much information as possible for you all. I wish you all success today, and after gaining new knowledge, you will be doing better. Thank you, Igor, for this inspiration for the panelists. Let's have it now from RONALD, BRUIN, who is the director of COST.
Thank you very much. It is my true pleasure to be here with you online. I think that the pandemic has learned how to maximize the use of digital, let's say, communication. I'm joining you here today from a hotel room in Barcelona because I am on the road for COST. But let me first and foremost also thank very much the Deputy Minister OLEKSII Skuratov for joining me and welcoming you to this first COST Information Day. It was a pleasure to meet the Deputy Minister together with the Director General at the occasion of our board meeting in March, where we could officially and also unanimously, and I must say under a standing ovation, welcome Ukraine as a new member of the COST family. COST indeed is about networking, and we are very much looking forward to building on the engagement of the Ukrainian community, which has been quite significant. Ukrainian community is already involved in 74 out of our around 300 networks that we call COST actions. We counted 116 working group members from Ukraine. And since we have very recently approved 70 new cost actions, already an additional 25 have been nominated by the cost national coordinator of Ukraine, who has just started since Ukraine became a member. So that is very, very impressive. But it certainly also shows the strong commitment to collaborate across borders. Of course, we can all see this almost on a daily basis, how much Ukraine is moving towards a stronger collaboration in Europe on every level. And we are very happy as COST to also make a contribution to that. And I think that is not only good for Ukraine, it is also good news for the European community that was already a member of COST and are now able also to benefit from the experiences and knowledge and expertise that you bring in, because we know that you have excellent scientists in the country. Let me say a few words about what COST is about. Before my colleague KATALIN ALFÖLDI will explain in more detail the ins and outs of how to participate in COST. Our mission is to build, let's say, networking opportunities for researchers and innovators in any scientific discipline. And we do this in a bottom-up way. That means that we do not prescribe a top-down thematical area to submit proposals. It is possible to submit proposals in any field of science. So I think that is making it very accessible to the entire community to benefit from COST. COST will, apart from selecting those proposals that will be converted into networks, where the selection is primarily based on the level of excellence of proposal, we are also at the same time, I would say, super inclusive, because it is possible to join, a new network that has just been set up following a successful proposal. You can join an action even a little bit later in time, even without having been part of this proposers group. And that is atypical. It is not the normal, let's say, approach. But because our national coordinators, and every country that is a member of COST has a national coordinator, of course, I mentioned also Ukraine is already very active in fulfilling this role. They nominate people in the management committees of those actions. So whereas a small proposers group will typically be of a magnitude maybe of 10 countries, maybe a bit more. We have in total 41 countries that are member of COST. So all those 41 countries can nominate people to join the action and build a network. And I think that is very unique. And that also makes it very accessible for those of you who do not yet have the experience in European research networking collaboration across borders. So you do not necessarily have to know how to write a good proposal and to reach out to colleagues who would like to join you in making this proposal. It simply is a matter of looking at what actions are running, what actions are of your interest, and you can join. And that is, I think, a very attractive proposition that we are able to make all together with our community. And in addition, we provide also all different kinds of opportunities, for example, to receive training in all different kinds of fields that are relevant to science. For example, science communication. Also, how do you communicate your scientific results to policymakers, just to name a few things. But also, if you want to act as a so-called grant holder, so the one who is running the finances on behalf of the network, you can also get financial and administrative training from COST. So it's a way also to develop yourself. There are plenty of people who testify, and I think that is more than 85% are testifying that COST or participating in COST has boosted their careers and has developed, let's say, their capabilities. So that is really a good opportunity. And the last way to join, a slightly different way, is you can, of course, also join our experts in evaluating proposals that are coming in. So that is how you find out what a good proposal possibly looks like. I would like to certainly also express my sincere thanks to Ms. Olga Polotska from the Ukrainian Research Foundation. She has been instrumental in reconnecting since the connections broke down in the course of February, leading to, let's say, an application of Ukraine as we had planned already before last year, and making that in the end a reality. And at the same time, we're very happy to provide training to the team of the foundation. For example, we shared our knowledge on how we as an organization evaluate proposals, how to go about science communication, or how to go about interacting in the frame of the European Union and all the policies and all that kind of thing. So we were happy to share our knowledge and experience also to help strengthen the foundation at the same time, which is a pivotal actor for your community at national level. Having said that, I think I will remain here by wishing you a very informative, but also a very enjoyable session. And I can only from the bottom of my heart say, Slava Ukraine. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ronald. You have told us about the advantages and possibilities in CAST. Thanks for rapidly responding to the request from the Ukraine. There will be special events conducted for the National Research Fund, and that's so important to us right now. Let's have it now from Catherine ALFÖLDI, and she'll speak about network and cooperation, preparation for applications in CAST.
Thank you very much, Oksana. Good morning to everyone. Thank you, Ronald, for the overview of costs. So I can already go into the more technical details. My name is KATALIN ALFÖLDI. I am a policy officer in charge of international cooperation at the Cost Association. And I have today the pleasure to introduce you the cost program, if also the technicalities will allow, and tell you a little bit about how to actually get engaged with the program that, as Ronald explained, provides networking opportunities for researchers and innovators. COST is also an intergovernmental organization with a membership of 40 countries, one of them full member, one of them is Ukraine. As you can see it on the map, this is an organization whose membership is stretching all over the European continent, with colored with two different colors. It will be important later on why we have the two colors. Basically, the meaning of the colors is that there are some countries among our membership that are whose research intensity is lower than the others, and for those there are some specific measures foreseen at COST to get at the same speed as their fellow members in the organizations. These are the so-called cost inclusiveness target countries, colored with green or turquoise on this map. COST is also a program beyond being an intergovernmental organization that is funded under the Horizon Europe Framework Program. So it's a fully fledged part of the framework program, whereby the COST activities are also funded by the framework program while implemented by the COST Association. There are three questions I would like to go through during this short presentation. Is what is a cost action? What is the project that you can apply for or participate in when you engage with cost? How the cost program operates, and what are the ways to engage with a cost action? Cost action is basically a networking tool that allows networking on all fields of research, science, and technology. There are no pre-prescribed thematic fields. Any fields are welcome to be proposed or to be discovered. There are all partners that can be involved in these projects, from academia to government, from industry to non-governmental organizations. Any career stage, so from young researchers to more established and experienced researchers, can be involved, as well as any country can join, not only the full members, but also the countries that are called near neighbor countries, as well as countries beyond these geographical locations from anywhere on the globe. A cost action is a networking platform, and it provides funding for research coordination and capacity building. It does not provide the funding for the research itself, but pools the resources, allows the resources to be better used and better streamlined for achieving breakthrough research results. The networks or the projects that we call cost actions are based on a memorandum of understanding agreed between the cost action chair and the cost association project officer. They are running for 4 years. There are a minimum of 7 countries to participate in such a network, but usually we have far more to start a network with, around 15 or even more. They are networks to build research capacities, and there is a €1,600,000 budget for over the lifetime of the 4 year. Of course, all the building up and designing of the network happens with the input and discussion and agreement of all partners that are involved in such a network before it's finalized. When we speak about having a networking platform, of course, you need some tools how to network. So the cost program provides some. There are the management committee meetings, which are basically the operative meetings of running the action. There are the more traditional ones, conferences, workshops, working group meetings, where actually the researcher discussions or the discussions about the research activity takes place. There are training schools, short-term missions, exchanges, dissemination meetings, or since lately we have virtual networking grants as well that can be used by the participants. The cost program operates on an open call. This open call receives proposals during the whole year, and once a year there is a collection date when all the submitted proposals are taken out from the electronic submission system and taken to evaluation. They are fully science and technology driven, as said, fully bottom up. They are open. They are, because of their openness and inclusiveness, they are more and more multi and interdisciplinary. And of course, when you submit a proposal, there is a way of going through all the submission process, and this in the case of cost called the submission evaluation, selection, and approval procedure, whose guidelines and all the important documents can be accessible from the cost website. I will guide you through in a nutshell how it looks like. And of course, for the more details, I would invite you to visit the cost website and read through the documents, get familiar with it. And if you have questions or comments or something is not clear, you can always contact us at opencall@cost.eu. There is always a reply to give every question that is submitted to this email address. So of course, most important when you submit a proposal, by what time do I have to submit? And though we have an open call, so you can submit at any time, but normally the submission happens very close to the collection time. The next collection date will be announced at the 20th of November, and it will reflect for the next year and will be set around October 2023. So in a year time, you can your submitted proposals could be evaluated. This is a one-stage submission via the ECOS platform set up for these purposes. There is a main proposer with a minimum of 7 secondary proposers, but as I said before, there could be many more proposers gathered around a proposing network. What is important is that at least 50% of the proposers should come from the so-called inclusiveness target countries, showed on the previous map in green or turquoise. And that is in the case of 7 minimum proposers, there should be 4 of those countries involved in a proposal. And the next collection date, it's expected that there will be 70 new cost actions approved. How does a proposal look like? There are 4 important parts of it. There are the general features, a technical annex. There is a reference to the so-called cost excellence and inclusiveness policy. And there is also the network of proposers. The general features, it is to fill in, to explain the title, the topic, to give the keywords that are more important or most important for your proposal, because these keywords will be used to find the right experts to evaluate your proposal. The technical annex is a document that can be downloaded, filled in, and then submitted as a PDF. It has 4 parts: the science and technology excellence, the networking excellence, impact, and implementation. And what is very important with this document, that this is the part of the proposal that, that will first be seen by the evaluating experts, and this should be a completely anonymous document. No reference could be made to any kind of participants or expected participants in any way. The cost excellence and inclusiveness policy refers to that objective of cost to provide help and support to those research communities that are less connected, less known, less being involved already in European collaboration. And it has 3 different pillars, if you wish. There is in order to promote the geographical balance, but also the age balance, as well as the gender balance. The objectives are to identify excellence wherever this excellence would be geographically or in a young or a more established researcher, either in either gender. Also to increase research communities' access to research, to funding and infrastructure, because via cost action, you can get access to research infrastructure. And aiming also to trigger structural change in cost members' research system, which is of course a much slower procedure. And last but not least, there is the network of proposers, which is led by the main proposer and which is invited and collected via the eCost system. And when you prepared your proposal, of course, there is, before the evaluation starts, there is an eligibility check. And this eligibility check checks the following points. That, as I said, the proposal should be completely anonymous. This refers to the technical annex. There should be minimum 50% of inclusiveness target countries in the proposer network. The cost action proposal should aim for peaceful purposes. It should respect the required formats, and it should be written in English. With all the proposals that received with this in this format, we'll go through the evaluation first by external evaluation, by experts working remotely, 3 independent experts in each cases, in each proposal. There will be then a revision and quality check by the review panels. Following that, a selection will be made by the scientific committee, who will also take into account, beyond the scientific excellence, the cost objectives, especially the inclusiveness and excellence objective. And finally, the approval will be given by the cost committee of senior officials, that is the governing body of cost. The evaluation criteria are referring to the technical annex. They are following the technical annex structure. And there could be a total of 50 points awarded, whereby 34 points needed to be achieved in order that the proposal could be considered to be passing for consideration to be funded. Of course, as we have a high competition, normally those proposals that are funded receive much higher points than 34. And before I finish, because my time I think is almost up, I would like just to also raise your awareness about engaging cost with in a different way than being a proposer or in submitting a proposal. I think submitting a proposal is really a rewarding exercise, especially if you can, of course, put forward your own idea and then you can implement it with the help and collaboration of peers. But if you don't want or can't or want to try also yourself as being a participant in an already running network, you can do that at any minute. You can do that as a management committee member, so then you will be a representative of Ukraine in that certain cost action. You can also be a working group participant in a cost action, or you can participate as an ad hoc participant at activities that are more relevant, more appealing to you from a certain cost action. If you want to participate in a working group, you have to, or even as a management committee member, you have to have an ECOST profile, so you have to register in ECOST, you have to submit your application, and then the management committee of the action will review that application and will give you they will invite you to be the formal member of the working group following that review. And last but not least, you can also engage with cost as an external expert. We are currently starting to evaluate proposals received from our latest collection date, and my colleagues are busy to find experts for the new proposals. So you can postulate yourself in our expert database, and if your expertise is matching with the ones that are needed to evaluate the proposals, you will be invited as an external expert, which is a remote work with a small remuneration awarded to those that complete their task. I think it's very important to know that the Cost Association is based in Brussels and is working as an intergovernmental organization. There is a team working to promote cost in Ukraine, had by OKSANA, who is also the moderator of today. And she is an expert already on cost and can be accessed by questions and comments and insights to cost actions that you might have. The current Ukrainian participation in cost actions is that we have 73 cost actions where there are already at least one Ukrainian partners, which is 30% of all the running actions. So there is still much room to fill. Among the 73 actions, there are already 24 management committee delegates, and this number can also grow and is growing every day. And there are also additionally 116 working group members. And you will see 2 of these management committee delegates very soon and can listen to their insights and explanations and testimonials about what it means or how it feels to be in member of a cost action. And thank you very much for your interest. And if you want to be updated on cost, please subscribe to the newsletter or follow our website or all our social media messages. We try to be as up to date as possible. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I would be happy to answer.
Thank you. Collaboration with cost making joint applications are important things to Ukrainian researchers. So once you have learned about this entire procedure, in Ukraine, there might be more participants in cost. Ukraine has been accepted there, and there's going to be the next speaker who has been a delegate from Ukraine, Vitaly Griga. You're welcome. I think it's going to be somebody else. There is another MCA delegate in cost, OLEKSII TURUTA. Let's have it from you. Thank you for the invitation. I'm delighted to be a part of this Information Day of Cost in Ukraine. I'd like to share my experience of participating in cost activities and tell you about the opportunity for young researchers. I represent the Ukrainian University. So when teachers do all of the classes, they might think of making a publication, where to publish it, or how to prepare a project, where can you find partners for it, how to find finance to take part in foreign activities. Victor and Alexander might go ahead and say, all of this is impossible. There is no time for this. And to tell you, there is no need to try and do this. So I'd like to walk you through the cost project activities. One day, colleagues invited me to take part in a conference. It was the final meeting of the cost project in Tartu University in Estonia. I could see motivated experts there, which processed natural language. And I spoke with one of the authors of a publication, which carries 16,000 links. And I used that in my research. Cost project activities allow you to communicate with the experts of the global level. Next day, over a cup of coffee, cost participants discussed the drafting of a new application. I joined the talk. The application was successful, and that's how I joined a new cost project. It's not an easy thing. There are easier ways of doing it. In one of the events under the new project, we were supposed to draft a publication to do the overview of technologies. So you gotta have expert assessments from other cost participants who have been through that. They have prepared big publications before. Our team was 18 strong, and while drafting the publication, we enjoyed doing this. We would look into the expertise of each of the participants, and eventually we produced a manuscript. You have to be working fast. Those who cannot do it, that will be lost in the way, and I will drop out. So we have produced a manuscript. It was published in the open access source. It was a paid publication, but it was a part of the cost project. Then in the same project, they did a summer school, and I took part in that as an attendant. And next time, I took part in this as an organizer and a lecturer. So while being involved in the CAST project, you can play various parts in it. Next time, it was a meeting of the management committee in Port University, and we addressed a budget for the granting period. And I looked at the ETC article. So KATALIN spoke of differences between countries in this regard. And in the CAST project, they provided funding for 2 masters, which are not a part of the project. They attended Istanbul Technical University and they got money for lodging and passage in order to contribute to the top conference. And I asked them what was the procedure, and they told me that if a country is ETC, then the project has to determine preference conferences. So if people from that conference are not involved in the CAST project still, they can turn to this project and gain funding to participate in the conference. And that's a classy opportunity for young scientists. Next thing happened in the Vienna University, and that was impressive to me. We met with the producers of equipment in the CAST project. There was an interdisciplinary group involving experts on computer science, chemistry, and criminal science, and they thought of different ways of picking fingertips off the surface. And sometimes the surface can be easily damaged, but when the fat of the fingerprint is burned, then some salts are still left behind, and in various spectrums of light, they can still be seen. So if you put a camera there and put some light on the fingerprint, then you can do it in different ways. And they tested some equipment which could help you take the fingerprints off the bodywork of a car that is burned. And to me, it was a clear result of implementing research outcomes in practice. You may end up discussing various ideas with the project participants, and you can think of your own projects as well. Over the last couple of years, I drafted some applications. 2 of them gained funding from the European Commission. So for the next 3 years, I've got some support from my team and I can work on. And the latest meeting happened in Venice when the war was underway. It was happening offline. I was allowed to go abroad. I took part in the event. We discussed project results, and one of them was to prepare multimodal data in various languages. The data are available in different languages, and we discussed it with Polish colleagues. Together we can produce the same. I will do it in Ukrainian, they will do it in Polish. So we agreed to continue scientific cooperation. We can do joint research, and under the CAST project, we can do the short-term scientific mission. So that's basically all for now. So you can make a choice. You can either say that you cannot write articles and win projects, or you can open a window of opportunities jointly with the CAST projects. It is easy to become a part of the CAST project. You just have to find affordable CAST projects. You need to go through the MOU. And Catalina described ways of finding your way, and you can check with the national coordinator of CAST in Ukraine, Oksana KRUKEYCH. Thank you. Thank you for sharing your expertise and provided useful tips for our scientists. you need to look into the cost benefits and advantages, because further on, you will be able to use that in your scientific career, and it will also help you gain access to infrastructure, data, and so on. Next one is Oksana PELYUKH. She is a delegate from Ukraine in COST, and she will speak about added value to COST action participants. Hello, I have prepared a short presentation. I'd like to share it in the screen. But it doesn't seem to work with me. Just a second. Okay, while you're fixing this technical issue, I'd like to ask Ms. Marakova to tell us about the cost from inside. Hello, everybody. I'd like to tell a little bit about cost from inside in the inside edition. I'm 24-year-old, and this war has changed everything in my life. So I was looking for a job after I completed my studies, but eventually I ended up abroad. It was important to find a job according to my background. I'm a graphic designer, so I could see a job opening from COST for Ukrainian refugees. It was organized for 5 units. One of them was communication. Design is the best thing to communicate anything, especially if it's a scholarly communication. So through design, you can make your point clear to pretty much everybody. So I decided to give it a whirl, and I never regret it. COST family appreciated my endeavor. So it's like a big team, and everybody treated me like their own child. Everybody would take care of me. I've got a colleague and a friend of mine, Zlata. She's also from Ukraine. And together we work in COST. I do communication. She's with the COST Academy, helping organize training sessions for COST action participants. I'm taking care of the graphic design, graphical identity of the company, trying to make sure that everybody could get COST actions. What I like about COST is that it's such an open company. They allowed me to use my illustrations that I do on the graphical tablet in order to highlight certain actions. It is something that will be eye-catching for the people in the social media. Typically, corporate news are pretty standard and hackneyed. They're all of the same style. But when something different comes up, then people look at that and try to see what it's about. So it's a good teaser. So it's a good way of showing the company in a different light. The cost team really care about what they're doing. I have never seen any other team that like so much what they're doing, believing in it. Everybody here knows what they're doing. They know all of the ins and outs of cost actions they handle. They can answer all of the questions. If they don't know anything themselves, they will tell you who else you can turn to. At lunch, everybody is talking about everything. They often ask me about Ukrainian cuisine, the beetroot soup. In Belgium, soups are a separate, a special thing. I mean, there is nothing you can find in their soups, and it's been quite a discovery to me. I can keep evolving my graphic design skills, and I'm also an illustrator. Although I'm with a company which has to abide by certain standards and they've got a graphic identity, it's already there. But I want to keep all of this in harmony, so I like this job. I'm very happy working in cost. And I can see in the meeting room, various scientists are getting together discussing a particular subject. They may be from different countries of the world, but they can exchange experience, they can discuss things, they can find solutions to particular problems experienced by other countries. So it's a fascinating way of exchanging practices. It inspires you so much. You can see that if scientists gain a communication channel, then they can do pretty much everything. So working here is a big honor. This communication is helpful to me, to my country, and if I can contribute to this with my ideas, it's just so good. So I appreciate cost and I appreciate the opportunity to share some of my insights here. Thank you so much for doing this, for sharing your insights about cost. So that's another way of collaborating with cost. So the association lets us know about the open vacancies, and then we pick innovators and researchers in Ukraine and see if they can use our tools like online bot. I'll tell a little bit more about that later. So now let's have it from Oksana, and this time she'll be able to show her slides. Hello, I'm Oksana PELYUKH. I'm 30, I have an economic background. I'm with the Ukrainian National University of Ukraine and in the Ukraine Research Institute of Mountainous Forestry. I also run an NGO. Since September, we have started a cost project where I'm one of the managers. I'm a part of the management committee, steering committee. How did I learn about the cost program? Well, 8 years ago in 2014, I was a student of a master's program, Economy of Environment and Natural Resources. And at that time, my scientific manager, Ludmila Zagwoska, was a member of the steering committee in one of the cost projects. And from her, I learned about this network. And I filled out my first application to participate in the training school in Aristotle University in Greece. We addressed forest environment there. In that school, I was the youngest student. So in that summer school, I could see that I will be able to improve my knowledge in my key background, and I will be able to establish new contacts. I will be aware of all of the leading edge research. This time I have been able to gain a lot of support from my colleagues from abroad. I have also been able to take part in other projects of cost action in the schools and training facilities. We did field studies in the forest. We would try various things out, some innovative tools to do research in forestry. I haven't seen that gizmo in Ukraine yet, but back then I was able to see what was there. We tried to use virtual reality to do research on forest ecosystems. I did my share of scientific internship. I went to Copenhagen and other universities. I was in Italy studying there. And that experience has actually affected my career and its development. I have been able to defend my thesis, where I used a technique which was never used in Ukraine previously in terms of environment of forestry. I published about 10 articles which are a part of Scopus and the Web of Science. All of that has been possible because of this collaboration under these projects. Last year, I have received an award from the Lviv administration as one of the best scientists in the region. And these results have been presented in various conferences in different countries. This is the final conference of one of the COST projects where I took part in Czech Republic in Prague. You can see the consortium and people from many countries were taking part in that. And it allows you to keep on moving with your ideas. A year ago in October, I got a proposal to join one of the COST projects. My fellow colleagues invited me, the colleagues from Greece. In Greece, they were my trainers, but this time they invited me as a full-fledged project participant. In May, we received a positive comment, and then the project has begun. So I spent 8 years from the youngest student of a summer school in one of the COST projects to a full-blown member of the management committee. So this allowed me to understand all of the ways in which these projects work. And I have also been able to pursue my own scientific initiatives in this project. So here is my point to you all. If you want to collaborate with European colleagues, if you want to fulfill your initiative, your dream, and gain other benefits, then cost action is the platform right for you. It will help you do all of this. Why do you need to take part in cost action? The number of joint publications between partners involved in cost project is growing. So this synergy pays off. This effect goes on for a few more years once the project is over. So while the project is there, all of this is done, and then you get the benefits from it over the next few years afterwards. and it also helps you grow professionally as well. So this is briefly my story of participating in the CAST program. I hope it's going to be quite an inspiration for you, and you will choose to take part in that as well. Thank you for the opportunity to share my experience with you. Thank you, Oksana, for sharing your experience in CAST. It took you about 8 years, but congratulations, you have reached a new level of participating in CAST. So now I'm going to speak as a national coordinator, and I'm going to tell you about ways of using all of these opportunities and benefits of CAST in order to engage in its operations. Here are some statistics. On the 30th of March, Ukraine has become a full member of CAST, the designated national coordinator, which is me. You can get in touch with me if need be. You can see all of this data in the CAST website. Ukraine has assigned delegates, which will be included in the CAST committees. One of them will be evaluating project proposals. You have been able to meet with some of the delegates earlier today. Ukraine is taking part in 74 CAST actions. The total is, it's 30% of the total. And this number is expected to grow, especially after today's event. I'd like to tell you more about where you can find information in order to engage in a particular CAST action. There's a scientific way of doing that, so you can collaborate with scientists across Europe to address particular challenges. You will gain access to research data. You will be able to work jointly in order to get scientific results and achieve research excellence. Networking is about joining a network within a particular research. You can cooperate with CAST and build scientific groups and create proposals for Horizon Europe. So those can be grant proposals allowing you to gain funding for your research through the network you have established in CAST. This is also a good opportunity and a good benefit of CAST. Then career opportunities. There are various formats of participating in CAST, and you might check out the vacancies and positions that are there in CAST. And financial support is there too. Participants and delegates can be involved in these activities. Also, outside experts might indicate their willingness to work in a particular CAST action, and they can make their way in as well. There are 3 options of participating in CAST: a participant of the open action, initiator of the new action, and evaluator of proposals. In order to join the open action, you have to find this action in the CAST website. You can read the project plan or the MOU and think of your potential contribution. The memorandum carries goals and objectives and roles and a benefit this action should produce at the end of the day. You also can see the deadline So you can see it all, and then you can choose a particular action. And then you can read all of this at your convenience, or you can go to the website of each action. There are 17 actions opened. Not all of them have their websites, but it will soon happen, and you will be able to read activities under each particular action. After choosing an action, there are 3 options for you to look at. You can take part as MC delegate, you become a member of the management committee of this action. You get in touch with a national coordinator. Each country interested in this action offers its delegates to MC. Ukraine also has this opportunity. So you check with the national coordinator. I submit your proposal, and then the Action Management Committee approves it. Another option is to become a part of the working group. You can find it in the webpage of respective action. You can choose the one you're interested in. You can see the leader in charge of the group. You get in touch with them and submit your proposal electronically through the action page, which is convenient. But before that, you have to register with eCost. And the third option of participation is the action participants. So you're welcome to visit the website of a particular action to read the detail. You will see if it's training sessions or schools, workshops. It can be short-term scientific mission. It can be a grant conference. And you can take part in all of these activities. So if a delegate from Ukraine has been assigned to MC, then you get in touch with them. Otherwise, you get in touch with the action leader. Katalin spoke earlier about the submission of your proposal. I can tell you that all of this information is available on the website. You go open calls, and the next collection date will be in November. But before the new call has been opened, you can check out the overall requirements on the proposal, technical, financial details. All of these applications can be found in the proposal submission section. You can go check it out and think of making your proposal. That's how it looks like in the website. So you get all of the detail on evaluation criteria, who is eligible to make a proposal, detail on the team, how to find partners. You can check with me about that. Many European countries and scientists and innovators and institutions check with their national coordinators to find partners in other countries to submit a joint proposal. So you can check with me about that. I keep in touch with all of the national coordinators elsewhere, and that's how we can find partners for your joint proposal. You can take part as an expert in evaluating the actions submitted. Also, you can get involved as an evaluator. So you have to register in eCost website. There is a section there, your expertise. You input your data there, and then in the open access mode, everybody can see what you are, what is your area of expertise, and they can reach out to you if need be. How do we find partners from Ukrainian side if we have requests from European countries? There have been 3 requests in summer for new proposals. So I make a short proposal description. I put it in the bot, InfoScience bot. You get 1,500 participants in that right now. If this proposal receives replies, responses, I get in touch with the person who was interested. If I did not receive an answer through this channel, then we can write a letter to specialized scientific institutions and universities that operate in a particular action, so we can quickly find partners. And it works the other way around too. If a Ukrainian side wants to make a proposal, then through this bot, they can try and find partners pretty much the same way in European countries. Thank you. This is like a short instruction how to make your way into cost and what are the options and benefits offered there. You can find my contacts in the Cost official website. You can see this website right here. I think we're gonna post this presentation in the website of the ministry, and you will be able to find everything you need there. So we have listened to all of the panelists, and now we move on to Q&A. Throughout the session, I have seen some questions and answers, but Catalina was answering some questions in the chat, and I appreciate that. So let's see if any more questions are out there. You can put your questions to any of the presenters. You can share your feedback and tell us how did you find this session. I can see a hand. You're welcome. Igor. I'd like to thank all of the participants. It's been a well-prepared info day. Thanks to the partners from Cost Association. So they open up new horizons for Ukrainian researchers and innovators. All of the networks that can be built after today will be a good thing, and it will help Ukraine integrate with the European research space and global research space as well. So thank you guys so much. Please check with Oksana for more detail about what you can do, what are your options. And Oksana will get in touch with Katerina, and you all will receive answers to your questions. Once again, I appreciate today's panel. Thank you, Igor. Alexander, I can see your hand. It's gone. Ludmila now. Over the last 9 years, have you ever tried to see what should be the constitutional order in Ukraine? Because over the last 30 years, we seem to be doing something to be independent, but has anybody ever tried to address this subject, like Ukrainian people should be the ones responsible for the wealth of this country? Because recently, in particular over this last year, I have been following discussions in mass media, and nobody speaks about political involvement of the Ukrainian nation. So we need to see what Ukrainian people are actually And what kind of constitutional order or something like that do we need to have? Okay, I can tell you that within cost, if you look through particular actions, then there was no such thing. But there is a way to initiate that. You can do it. Get in touch with me. We can try and reach out to our scientists. Maybe somebody else was trying to do the same, and we can make it happen. Thank you. Thank you for developing science, independence, and doing all of this. Anybody else willing to make a point? There's a question in the chat. It's about certificates of the conference. It's a question for the organizers, I guess. We are just a part of the conference, so I don't know. Maybe other colleagues will let us know if certificates of completion will be issued. Yes, all of the certificates will be issued after the end of the conference. You will receive them next week. There are lots of participants signed up for this, so it's gonna take some time. So would like for you to wait a while, and you're gonna get the certificates, no problem. Katalin?
Yes, thank you very much. I just would like to thank you very much for the organization and the great collaboration running up to this conference. And thank you for the audience to bear with us on this on this conference. And I really hope to have a lot of followers to OLEKSII and OKSANA, the two cost action speakers. And there will be next time when we speak or present cost to Ukraine, we can show that many more testimonials can come also to life. And thank you very much, and continue to be continued. Thank you.
Okay, I don't see any more questions. So I'd like to thank everybody for participation, for interest in presentations. Cost Association has supported the idea of this conference. I'd like to wish you luck in your cost initiatives. You know who to turn to. Check with me, check with cost representatives. So you all have a good rest of the day, and I'll see you around. Thank you guys for this information day. And thank you for the fruitful collaboration in this conference. So according to the agenda, we're taking a short break. It's going to be up to 1 p.m. Kiev time. At 1 p.m. Kiev time, a new panel is going to start. Open innovations at wartime and the post-war plans of rebuilding the country. And following that panel, we're going to have 2 more panels which will address open access to scientific results and open data and data reproducibility. So with this, we're taking a break, and we're going to be back at 1300 Kiev time. Thank you. All right, folks, we're back and welcome back again. It's 1 p.m. and we're gonna reconvene. So I'm turning over to the moderator of the next session, which is Open Innovations in Wartime and the Post-War Recovery Plans. This panel will be run by the man in charge of the Science and Technology basis of the Ukrainian Institute of Science and Technology Expert Assessment, Elena Chmir. You're welcome to moderate your panel. Hello, everybody, dear panelists and participants. Hello and welcome. The conference goes on. It's about open science and innovations. It is done under the auspices of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Yesterday, there has been a very interesting and intense day, featuring many presenters. The whole thing will be recorded and we will be able to tune back in and see what was going on the first day of the conference. We will appreciate the intensity and topicality of the presentations that were there yesterday. So today we have had the cost info day. Now we're going to have a panel on open innovations. And let me make a few housekeeping points. Should there be an error alert, you guys need to know what you're going to do under security procedure. You're also welcome to choose a language. Those who are going to speak, present in Ukrainian, you're welcome to choose Ukrainian channel. If you're going to speak English, then you have to choose the English channel by using the globe-looking button in Zoom. There are two official languages going here, Ukrainian and English. Each presenter will have about 12 minutes. We need to have time to answer questions, if any. You never know. So please keep this time limit in mind. So Maria KRASNOSHCHOK will be speaking first in this panel. She will speak about compliance. So in your organization, you integrate the working tools and roles and requirements. You co-authored an open online course in startups. According to users, it gained the highest score as far as I can see. And your presentation was announced yesterday by your boss. So let's have it from you. It's about the Ukrainian Startup Foundation. Hello, okay, let's bring up my slides. So I'm gonna speak about the Ukrainian Startup Fund and what we do and how can we contribute to Ukrainian science. I'd like to start with an overview of our technology ecosystem. Ukraine is one of the leaders in Europe, technology-wise. It has most of the students master in technical occupations. Our innovative ecosystem features more than 250,000 specialists. You get more than 533 service companies working in the country. Under the Global Innovations Index, Ukraine was number 49 in the rankings. Ukraine allowed for many startups to happen. In some of the success stories, startups picked up really successfully, so we can offer support to startuppers, scientists, and all of that can be found in our ecosystem. The Ukrainian Startup Foundation is a state-run institution, and the goal is to develop Ukrainian technology market. We offer funding and support to the most talented startup projects. We also offer other ways of supporting projects by means of funding and by opening access to global markets and by promoting the ecosystem, by offering information support. We also develop an innovative ecosystem in various ways. The foundation has been around for 3 years, and we have become the biggest angel investor in Ukraine and Eastern Europe. So we are an eco-builder. Innovative entrepreneurship has been taken up to the national level. You can see the synergy of activities that have been implemented by now in the Ukrainian market. You can see the dual use program, and I'm going to tell you more about this later. The foundation also runs a grant program, acceleration program, and innovative voucher program. The grant program offers finance for startups, $25,000 to $50,000 in pre-seed and seed stages. The acceleration program helps Ukrainian startups get acceleration without taking part in equity. They can do it in the world's largest accelerators. And Innovative Vouchers is the program which organizes global delegations attending world's technology events. You can see the list of them: the Web Summit, CES, Expo 2020, Collision, and many more. These are the results of what we did over the last 3 years. More than $6 million US were invested in the Ukrainian ecosystem. Out of that number, 150 startups gained funding under the grant program. More than 80 startups have been able to get trained in the world's known accelerators. 52 startups have been able to show their products and present the Ukrainian technology ecosystem in international exhibitions as a part of various delegations. You can check out short overviews of the projects which gained funding and support from the foundation. Over the last 3 years, there have been quite a lot of success stories. Our innovative ecosystem has moved on. You can scan the QR code and check out the list of startups which are found in the investment portfolio of the foundation. Now, speaking about the dual use program, it is a magnificent opportunity for Ukrainian researchers to gain investment for their project. Under the program, the foundation offers support of up to $35,000 for innovative projects. It's about post-war recovery, and it's about meeting urgent needs in defense, healthcare, education, cybersecurity, and infrastructure recovery. Our partners are the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Health Ministry, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Energy, Ministry of Environment, and Ukrbranprom, a state-run defense industry enterprise. Assessment criteria. So once you have submitted your proposal, it gets selected. So it is evaluated within the formal compliance to see if all of the information is inputted correctly. Then it is reviewed by respective ministries. And after that, the proposal will be evaluated by 5 independent experts in respective industry. You're welcome to submit your proposal and join the cause of rebuilding the country using our resource. Speaking about science and the capacities the foundation offers in this regard, throughout the year, we have been working with the Ministry of Education. It's been a long-standing partnership, and we can share some of the results. We did a big project, Science and Business. It featured a number of events organized by the foundation and the ministry. The idea is to promote opportunities for Ukrainian researchers and to show them the way how your research products and achievements can be commercialized. Throughout the year, there have been a series of events. Startup Bootcamp, one of them, where we saw more than 300 participants. Demo Day, where startup people and scientists have been able to get quality feedback on their projects. They spoke in front of the competition board and gained valuable prizes for their innovative products and projects. There has been a startup hackathon, and we're creating an online mentor which you would be able to use in order to gain knowledge online to develop your innovative projects. And also, there is another big project coming up, and you're welcome to join it. It is Science and Business Acceleration Program, supported by Vacuum Deep Tech Accelerator. My colleague will tell you more about this one. That's not the exhaustive list of opportunities we offer to researchers. We work with the European Innovative IAT Agency, and we're selecting people for the first round of proposals. It's going to be the first hackathon in Ukraine, an international hackathon on mineral resources. And everybody interested in that is welcome to join this initiative. We welcome partnership. We're also considering organizing a hackathon with AIT on food and health. We're going to do it with Shevchenko University. We actively collaborate with universities, and everybody is welcome to during our ecosystem. We worked with Lutsk Technical University, Environment University, Lviv Polytechnic University, Vasil Stefanik University, National Aviation University, and some more. We're a happy support in Ukrainian science, offering more opportunities for you to develop your innovative projects. So you're welcome to check with us. I'd like to show you a link to our website and the resources which will allow you to get in touch with us. So if you scan the QR code, you will be able to join our official networks. If you're interested in cooperation, let us know about it through these electronic addresses. We're looking forward to future collaboration, and I'll be more than happy to take on your questions, if any. You have actually answered one question while you spoke, like who would you like to engage in this collaboration? You spoke about ongoing work with universities. And there's one more question. Is there any way to get a link to the hackathon? So you're gonna post it in the chat right away. And there's one more question. Could you possibly tell us about a success story of a project or idea which has been implemented with the help of your foundation? There have been many projects, and most of them have paid off and have been successful. Many projects present Ukraine internationally. They go out to international markets representing Ukrainian ecosystem out there. I don't want to pick any particular project, but you're welcome to go and check out our website. And that's where you will find a lot of success stories, successful startups which have gone international, and there are lots of things we could engage Ukrainian science in. It can be collaboration in order to create better things for the future to the benefit of the Ukrainian ecosystem. Thank you. So people are thinking very positively of what you're talking about. So you have made my job easier. So from your presentation, we can smoothly move to the next. Katarina DEGTYAR will be speaking next. She's the co-founder of the Tech Bureau. She worked in the TechTart program, organizing a startup. She was a program manager in 1991 Accelerator. She was the business analyst. Right now, she's the director of startup OGIRKI. Maybe I haven't said anything, but she will add. She's speaking from California, and we will see what she's going to tell us about the DigTech Accelerator. Hello. It's late night in California, so maybe it's going to take some toll on my performance, but I'm going to tell you about successful projects. There has been Ukrainian delegation in Tech Like Disrupt. That's one of the technology conferences which has happened in San Francisco. Traditionally, it's a competition of the best startups in the world. So they pick 2,000 best ones, and the Lithium has been a winner this year. So it's a project on lithium mining. Electric cars are only gaining traction, and internal combustion engines might be history soon. So that was about some energy intense projects, and even in the global level, it is a big deal. There is some readiness to help evolve technology projects at an early stage. Speaking of VEC-DTEC cooperation program, we've got more than 20 foundations, 50 universities, 60 companies, and 300 mentors. The community that develops around any organization is key. Knowledge in math and other disciplines is fine, but there should be a community capable of meeting with the key experts, and depending on the program, it can happen differently. Our mission is to help entrepreneurs and technology founders in reaching the stage of business validation, sales, and gaining clientele. They can do it faster than if they didn't have context knowledge or someone to turn to. In this slide, I can tell you a bit more about how our processes work. On the left-hand side, you can see talents, ideas, and designs, and these are the stages that can be affected by the program. If you have a stable business model and you're moving on to sales, then any startup acceleration program can do little to help you. So if startup gets stabilized as a business model, then it's no longer a startup, it becomes a business. So startup is like a way of searching for an efficient business model. You can choose a particular technology to apply if market accepts it. And there are orange boxes here. So the market can have some influence. The gray ones say that knowledge can have some influence. So on the left-hand side, you can see that knowledge can have some influence as well. And then if you think of sales, that's where you can have some effects from the market or resources. You get more publicity in the stage, which finishes the formal part of the program. It's not the end of your involvement in the community. Once being a nice student, you're always a nice student. So as a community, you stay with us once the program is over. But the formal ending of it is the publicity. So it makes sense to invite institutional investors and corporate innovations. I hope that in this country over time, there's going to be more interaction with the global corporate innovative units of large organizations, because in the global market, it is a big player in terms of access to capital, just as venture funds, and they have a lot of expertise in the companies they take care of. You can also see some black boxes which say resources. So one of the resources is premises. site. So vacuum detect accelerator is found in a particular location, and there might be others. In the talent stage, we do hackathons and startup events. I did a lot of those, and I facilitated quite some in Europe. In the stage of ideas and design, so in that stage, you gotta have a certain knowledge base. It's like a boot camp format. And then design stage comes up. That's where you launch programs for science intent startups. So you're welcome to follow up the announcement somewhere in late November, early December. We're gonna invite everybody. It's gonna be the stage of formulating an idea and the talent. Well, this thing is actually automated, and the mentors cannot help with this. So they really help later on when there is a design stage. So you've got a certain idea of a product that you're gonna have, and then you can get the feedback on that. So our goals is to help shape up a business idea as such. We help build a team for this. And then consistent sales happen. Sometimes random sales are happening too, but the random sales do not necessarily indicate that you've got a good business model and a product nucleus. The partners in this program are the Ministry of Education and Science, Ministry of Economy, Ukrainian Startup Foundation, which is a key element in the Ukrainian technology ecosystem. There's an accelerator, the Army of Drones, the Ministry of Digitalization, Slider Innovate, Pitch Holding, and a number of universities. There are 5 programs. There is an accelerator program that I have told you about. There is also a program on development and recovery. The program partners are the following. So you get people from Ukrenergo, Ukrzaliznytsia, WHO, Prozorosaios, VDP, World Bank, Gas Bank, regional administrations of Ukraine. And some other partners, I think, will join in over time. One of the programs is called the Army of Drones. The cybersecurity program is done through joint efforts with Cyber Elevate project and ISSP. And there are other universities involved. So there are programs on improving defense capacity, and there are science-intense innovations. In the community, you get more than 200 experts, mentors, and partners. We will also offer administrative services. In the next slide, you're going to see the advisory board, the team of the board. And then effectively, there's a QR code taking you to our website. It opens up well in the web version. It will soon start working in the mobile version as well. So you're welcome to check out the website. If you're interested, let us know about that. We will see you as a technology talent or a technology product or product idea. And as previews start coming up, we will be able to get in touch with you. So you can monitor the resources or you can sign up because you want to make a part of this community and you want to receive regular updates from the community. And so you will be able to do so. You should not necessarily wait for us to announce something, a hackathon or some other initiative. You may actually choose to keep in touch with us all the time. This is our location nest. Visually, it looks like this. It's quite a good location. It is convenient transportation-wise, and there are some companies found around this hub. So whenever possible, you're welcome to come and check with us. Just let us know before you're coming. We're going to meet you. And you will see the QR code in the last slide, which will take you to our resource. Even if there is none, we can drop the address of the website in the chat and we will help you come over to our website. Okay, thank you. Project participants, keep writing stuff in the chat instead of Q&A. So I'd like for you to look through the chat if possible and give people the link to the site, to the hackathons and everything else. Nowadays, there is the way to go. So if you preserve the chat information, then it really pays off. It works even better sometimes than the QR code. I have actually one question for you. Could you give us a profile of a successful startupper? So what makes this guy successful? Is this the age, the background, or some other traits and capacities? So is it possible to give us a profile of a kind of a successful startupper? Well, there's no such thing. If you attend various conferences in the world, you typically see that it is someone who has experience. So you may have had some experience over the last 15 to 20 years. So typically it is somebody who is like 40 years of age. It's like a global trend, and I hope we will be able to be a part of it. Education, background, character, it really varies, right? I think it takes to have a good balance. You can be a go-getter and you can also be someone who can practice empathy. So if you have this combination, then it's really good. Andre spoke earlier on today about interaction with the market and with your clientele, target audience, whatever, your partners. So you have to be able to get the context. So if you get the context, then you can focus on that, and then you can hammer out a decision. When it comes to promoting your decision, then that's where you have to be a go-getter, really. Thank you so much for your presentation. I can see you're responding to the questions in the chat. Nice going. So next one up is Ivan KULCHYTSKYI. I know this guy, and I'd like to say a few things about him. He runs the national contact point of Horizon 2020 program. He and his colleagues from an NGO takes care of many things: creative industry, digitalization, smart technologies, energy sector, sustainable development, innovation, youth work. Ivan conducts a lot of interesting and useful events. This time he will speak as a man in charge of an NGO, the Agency of European Innovations. He is joining us from Lviv, as far as I can see. So please tell us about the opportunities that are out there in Ukraine, in your program, Horizon Europe. Thank you. I hope you can see my slides. Okay. When we speak about Horizon and other programs, we always say that right now there's a window of interest in Ukraine, and active participants of the European programs and agencies are there for you. In order to make a part of the good consortium, you have to show them what you're capable of. And we can help you with that. I have been using social media for a long time. That's one of the recommendations of the EU. I have about 6,000 contacts. I remember we actively made a lot of posts in the wartime. We've got more than 10 applications in Horizon Europe. We have seen some projects there. So we work with RONALD and leading universities of Italy and Germany, something that was unthinkable for us in the past. We appreciate what the colleagues are doing too. We gain support from the Renaissance Foundation. We represent civil society, and there are some windows of opportunity for us. On the 20th of October, we met with the European Commission and ministerial institutions under the Eastern Partnership Program. And that's where we discuss innovation policies. And Ukraine has not been able to fare the best possible way in this. We spoke at the parliamentary hearings. We serve on working groups. The NTP system is not up and running yet. There have been changes in the regulations and finance. So we did a project on digitalization, and it allows our organizations to learn a bit more about the Horizon and other programs. We would sign up for some events. There would be up to 800 participants. Typically you get 200, 300 participants. Unlike European Commission and the like, they do it for 3 to 4 hours, and then it's hard to find a place for you. But we make recordings based on timing. So there is a time slot for every subject, and it allows you to find the part of the record that you would like to listen into. So we make full-blown communication and everybody will be able to find what they need. As we speak about innovations and programs, let's look at this slide. From research, fundamental research to market implementation. In the Horizon program, we speak of technology levels. Typically, it all ends up in the level 3 or 4. And then some researchers say it's going to be a business. So we've got this valley of death here, and it's also there in Europe. Over the last decade, the EU was trying to see what can be done there. In Horizon 2020, we looked at the American model, and they're trying to launch all possible mechanisms to enable communication between business and research. Open innovation science and all of that are a good tool for that. It makes researchers better known, and also their results become known to many more people. If we look at Horizon Europe, we spoke with the members of the scientific committee. There is a National Council on Science and Technology that addresses innovations. It is run by the Minister of Education and Science, and that council has not convened for a long time. When European Commission officers listen to that, and the European commissioners on innovation say that 2/3 of growth of GDP in the EU happens thanks to research and innovations. So our economists never think about that. So that's a big question for a number of ministries and agencies in this country in terms of how they perceive innovations. So let's look at the 3 lines of business in Horizon Europe. Most of that is about innovations. There is Pillar 2, featuring global challenges. There are thematic clusters there. So European Parliament and European researchers let citizens know about the need to finance innovations and research. It improves things in certain sectors like health, creative industry, cyber safety, industry, climate, energy sector, better food, better health. I'd like to see something like that from Ukraine, like innovations make for better treatment or make for improvements in some other sectors. Lately, there has been European Innovations Council that has been working all along, and they organized a call for proposals. A total is 20 million. So in early December, we will see how it's gonna go. There have been 25 applications. So we've got some active innovative communities, and they try to find their ways in this circle. We are among them. We will see how it's gonna work out. But these things are typically overlooked in Ukraine. Pillar 1, ERC. This is run by outstanding scientists, not incumbents. Incumbents are offering administrative support. So these 2 councils have convened and said, there are some people in business that do innovations, but some of that is based on research. The European Council says we do fundamental research, but we also speak with scientists and they need to think of applying it somewhere. So it's a different mindset. Many scientists, good scientists, say we do fundamental research and that's fine. Fundamental research is not all, so they need to let people why there is a need to keep funding science in spite of war or anything else. We've got managers and experts. The latest European report on Green Deal says that they keep on funding this, but they analyze project results and what to make out of that so that other people, businesses, and territories could enjoy benefits from this. What should be done by our entrepreneurs and innovators? Through repositories, you can find lots of publications which could be useful for a business. Right now, business is trying to survive. They cannot afford innovations. Businesses are not going to be going through all of those publications. I also speak with the entrepreneurs who want to join the Marie Curie program, 25 million. So they don't have time to go through like 10 pages of information. Everybody is trying to make some time, but it's not so easy. Practices of EU activities in Ukraine. In Horizon 2020, they do some of this job, then they make strategic plans. Prime Minister of one of the countries, small countries, got together 500 scientists and told them to do whatever they can do. We never do this. There is Horizon Europe, there are projects and money for environment, Green Deal, and all of that. Let's get together. We've got money for investments. Let's discuss that. But I have never seen that happen. IOM drafted the strategy in 2019, and then there were McKinsey, World Bank reviews. So we've got programs scattered here and there, but no synergy. I lately spoke with people from various ministries, and they see no consistency in their research sphere. So R&D is an important thing for development strategy, but this is not mentioned in our existing strategic papers. We have a lot of socioeconomic sciences, some overviews as well. Yesterday we spoke about higher education. I can see some European overviews on that. We should be doing the same. We should be able to produce those overviews for respective Ukrainian sectors. I can think of one good catalog of the Academy of Science, which was released in 2017. And there's need for people, there's need for skills, and that's the only way it can work. Innovative projects and startups. Well, I could see some of those examples, but I vividly remember what Poland did. They found their startups, some services and ancillary things. Right now they go deep tech. In Germany and Poland, they did it. We should have done it even earlier. But at least we're trying to do something because incumbents and officials are trying to get something done. And I hope that deep tech and others will be able to do the same. In this 20 million program, I guess we're going to be able to find something for ourselves. So European Innovation Council, they understand there is a need to fund projects starting from the idea. Then you get support to move on to prototype and then to accelerator where a business can launch innovative projects. Startup Foundation are thinking of funding startups starting with the idea. Previously, there would be some startup ideas, but they ended up with nothing. When we hear about new ideas over the last 20 to 25 years, we can see what was done and what failed, but we never see why it failed, what got in the way. Very often there are some good ideas and plans, but we never know what was the upshot of all that. Now, Horizon, 160 organizations, 180 projects. More than 50% is not funding for universities or research facilities. So there is a great deal of innovative community that represents civil sector and business sector, but there is no synergy between them at the top level. We need to understand European approaches. Europe itself initiates this dialogue. They offer more funding within existing programs. The Ministry of Digitalization is trying to do the same. Stefanishina's office is doing it, but there's no coordination at the national level. Speaking of Green Deal, there have been many discussions going on in terms of potential legislative changes, but they never speak about technology or investment levels. Businesses is counting money and think of investments, and that's it. There's no coordination program center. The coordination office will be established in the commission, and it will spread information about the program. I don't know how it's going to work with other institutions horizontally. From Horizon 2020, things do not move down quickly enough. Ministry of Finance is also taking their time. The European grants go to Ukraine, but then the Ministry of Finance does not distribute them quickly enough. There is no good communication between the ministries. The civil sector could help them with that. So you need to understand the added value of the research among all of those ministries, then you would be able to work more quickly. There will be new programs coming up. Some of them will come up in late November. So we need a conference like this in order to get together and see how we can efficiently use this window of opportunities, how we work with those who has experience, the stakeholders who could benefit from this. Maybe they're not innovation savvy, but they're end users. They work in a particular sector and they can find a way of applying these technologies. They cannot afford investments, they cannot buy a project, but they can contribute to it. They can tell me where a region's strong and you're no one to us, but still, there should be a national coordination unit. We have some recommendations. I'm sorry, but the time is up, man. All right, so these are the recommendations. So we need to think of priorities and initiatives. These are the links to all projects. There is HEY initiative and 30 universities can join that. There are examples of innovative partnerships. So there are places where this works in this country. These are our contacts. We can get in touch with active stakeholders and do this. In this country, quite a lot has been done. We just need to keep moving on. And we always need to admit that there are challenges. Some people say everything's fine, we did a lot. I say, yes, we did a lot, but that's still not enough. You gotta do more. Okay, thank you. You feel like saying a lot, and yesterday we had a marathon throughout the whole day, exchanging practices and ideas. So please post some of the information in the chat. I don't have access to the chat. We're like panelists. No, you can find the 3 dots up there in the panel, and that's where the chat will open up. I have one question for you, and I would expect a very concise answer. So what is the problem with the involvement of Ukrainian researchers in the Horizon program? It's about Horizon 2020, so they didn't have time to write an application. Sometimes they have gotten a bad result and didn't try and do this again. So what are the problems that you can see? Well, for the most part, people would like to find the money for the things they do. Not too many of them can widen their horizons. In order to start something up, you have to read up on that. And people do not have time to read. They would like to get a simple application and use it. We'll let them know that, hey guys, you don't need to write the entire application. You need to be able to show yourselves. You need to check out the conditions of the call. It's gonna take a couple of days, and we try to prepare the people to do it. More than 100 people would be willing to do it, I'm sure. There should be support from organizations. You can find organizations and people who can help explain things. Universities should be doing that. So I think it is safe to say that if there is an NGO with a good initiative or scientists that are not sophisticated in that, then you can assist them, you can mentor them, showing them the ropes. If you see that that project is good and there is a potential benefit in that. Well, we're not competent in everything, but we can partly help them with that. Okay, thank you, Ivan. You have highlighted shortcomings in what's done by central agencies. And we need to hear that because people need to see that we have to do more and better. So next one is Vladimir Kochvai. He runs the Laboratory of Technology Transfer in Kiev Academic University, High-Tech Office, and Center of Innovation Development. Vladimir took part in many projects. He was involved in drafting the roadmap of Ukraine integration with the European research space. He drafted proposals to digitalize scientific space. At this conference, he speaks as the senior research officer of Mathematic Machines Institute. So you're welcome to speak now. I have prepared an entire presentation, but I would like to highlight just the key points. And I will share all of my materials and people will be able to see more detail on that. So open innovations are a factor, so they have become a part of the reality in the EU and the European research space. Understanding this model allows you to easily speak with the European colleagues and counterparts. And then you can make the projects that Ivan told us about. Since 2000, there has been the Lisboa strategy. And here you can see a number of papers mentioned which contribute to the new innovation paradigm. This business model uses internal and external models. It's a chessboard definition which suggests that you have to manage information flows through respective organizations. Then they spoke of open, innovative ecosystems and open innovations mechanisms which combine internal and external resources. And then over time, you would get a new paradigm, open innovations to zero. It's an ecosystem approach that you can see here. It's co-creation to produce knowledge in these ecosystems. And these are the network innovative ecosystems that pull together various innovative networks and clusters. We started developing the science cluster. There has been a cluster alliance which combines many elements of open innovations. And it develops clusters and their networks. And they get coordinated and concerted. One of the definitions of open innovations can be found right here. It's a heterogeneous approach which allows to overcome barriers between organizations, sectors, and disciplines and communities. That's quite a new one. It reflects the new era of the European research space. After 2020, this concept has been approved. And open innovations are no longer a separate priority. They are supported as a concept which helps overcome barriers between organizations, sectors, and communities in the EU. And then you get some recommendations that can help you prepare innovations. There are some tools that allow you to involve companies in this model. There are national roadmaps. We didn't speak about the roadmap in particular, but it's there, and it helps us integrate with the European research space. Open innovation is not just a list of platforms or clusters to join. It is effectively a transformation of the cooperation culture. If every counterpart takes and gives something, then the ecosystem works. So it should be a two-way street. Then there was an idea to build the economy of knowledge. There used to be 6 priorities, like research infrastructure, developing national research spaces and systems, optimal circulation, access to knowledge, which includes the component of open innovations. In Ukraine, this thing's stuck. Okay, it moves again. Dublin Declaration on Open Innovations speaks about the European research space, and it is seen as an important part of the common European innovative ecosystem. In the Ukraine roadmap for 2018, there's a notion of open innovations and open innovative ecosystems. So it's not linear processes, it's about parallel, mutually integrated processes, integration processes, and particular steps should be taken, like setting up an office, international, regional office. There should be projects on open innovations in particular industries. Also, digitalization of agriculture is one of the things here. An independent audit of countries like Georgia, Armenia, and Moldova says that underfunding these efforts jeopardizes the research system. It can be fully gone. So we can keep talking about the open science roadmap and innovations roadmaps and so on, but there should be more to that. A roadmap says that we have to get more funding for research in Europe. But in fact, the funding keeps going down. So something is out of sync. So if there is not an increase in funding, then we can hardly think of open science, open innovations for the future. In 2021, a new roadmap has been produced in Ukraine. And that's where you can see open innovations in this paper, in this piece. So there are mechanisms and tools in place, as well as funding and platforms. The idea is to set up technology transfer centers and open innovation centers. In 2020, in Europe, they reviewed their priorities and they made a vision out of that. It's like, what should be the new European research space? It is based on values and research and excellence, access to best practices, and sustainable development. Priority 3 is about innovations. It's about innovative ecosystems and knowledge-based technologies. So that speaks about developing R&D systems. Certain elements of open innovations can be seen in these 20 items. It should be done by 2024, and more than 50% of that is relevant to what I'm talking about. And this thing is about building a regional ecosystem research innovations. That's the era of hubs, the hubs of the European research space. There have been digital innovation hubs which were implemented under Horizon 2020 in Europe. And now they use digital hubs in Europe which work as a regional ecosystem funded by the EU. If we think of ED and ERA hubs, they establish ties with the businesses and technologies, but ERA hubs are mostly about research systems. But at the end of the day, they need to pull together innovations, research, and business. In Ukraine, there are 3 hubs for digital innovations. One of them is specialized in Industry 4.0. That's Lviv Polytechnical Institute and the European Innovations Agency. It is based on Internet of Things. With the help of Academy of Science, they opened up a virtual centers for digital innovations. It is based on the technology of a hub that Sergei Svistunov spoke about. And that's the one in the Academy of Science. It allows for access to the European grid structure and cloud. Another hub is supposed to promote EOSC model and to also promote standard services of digital innovations hubs. This thing is done jointly with the Academy. In the Academy of Science, there is an Academ City initiative. It's a scientific park that should be found in the academic cities. So in that site, you can try and build an ERA hub. EDIG and ERA hub, well, DIG can be made by your organization. EDIG and ERA hub require direct negotiations between the government and the European Commission. So we take part in the Digital Europe program. ED competition has been announced, but we could not take part in that because there was no agreement between the governments. There's a cluster alliance that I spoke about. We work with them as well. They are like an open, innovative ecosystem, and they are a part of the European Cluster Alliance. And it offers many opportunities to build open, innovative ecosystems. Okay, thank you, Vladimir. Unfortunately, we're getting adrift of the schedule for this panel. So all of the questions will be held off until later. Hopefully, you're going to be able to respond to the questions in the chat. And all participants will appreciate that. There's a YouTube channel where certain comments can be posted so that more people can see it. So wrapping up this panel, I'd like to say that we have been able to listen to 4 presenters, and I have been very happy to see each and every one of you. I thank you all, guys, for finding time and joining this panel. So hopefully, all of our best wishes will come true, and we're going to be promoting open science and open innovation, startups, and it will pay off. Thank you. Thank you, Elena. Thank you for a good job moderating there have been great panelists, emotional, and they talked shop. They told us what should be done. What is it that we're gonna look at in Ukraine right now? This takes us to the next panel. It's about open access to scientific results and science and technology information. The moderator will be Natalia Kiluzhna. She's with the Unit of Research and Digitalization. She's with the Central Library. Thank you. Hello, dear panelists and participants. I apologize for a little delay. I'm happy to welcome you all at this panel now, which addresses one of the key pillars of open science. It is open access. Symbolically, this thing is happening while the global community are celebrating the Open Access Week. So let's get started, and I'd like to turn over to Colleen Campbell, the coordinator of the initiative Open Access 2020, Digital Library, Max Planck Library, the second wave of transition to open science. You're welcome. Yes.
I just want to confirm you can hear me okay and see my slides. Okay, great. I thank you very much for inviting me here. It is truly an honor. And I want to, congratulate you on the incredible efforts that you have gone to create this conference and share knowledge, which is so important in this critical time under the conditions that you're living, which are terrifying. So thank you so much. And I'm very happy to be here to share what I can with the library community and the research community in Ukraine. Okay, I will talk today about a bit of the initiative that I coordinate, and it's, even though this is an open science conference, before we can really dig into the benefits of open science, we're working on another important transition, and that is open access. I'm going to talk especially to the librarians who happen to be participating in this call, but not only librarians. So primarily librarians, but also research administrators, researchers. This is an important bit of information for you as well to understand what we're working on. When we think of scholarly communication, we have to recognize we have already lived through one big transition. We moved from the print world to the digital world in the 1990s. But when you stop to think about how we do business as libraries with the publishers of scholarly journals, the business practices are the same as what they were in the print era. So very backward facing. We are now in the midst of a second wave of transition, and that is the open access transition, which is vital before we can move to the third transition. I'm sure all of you have been involved in open access initiatives. You are working on open access to, you develop your institutional repositories. Probably you have your own journals, diamond journals that enable authors to publish their work without having to pay fees. But we also need to think about the bulk of scholarly journal publishing, which is provided by commercial publishers and which is still behind a subscription paywall. So we will start by looking at the scholarly publishing landscape right now. If you are a librarian, you will recognize the names in the description of the legend of this graph. as some of the biggest publishers that you deal with, these are the journals, the publishers of the journals your researchers want access to. And this is a view of scholarly publishing today. The majority of research articles, and these are indexed in Web of Science, the majority are published by commercial publishers. Okay, we can recognize this fact. And as libraries, we look at these in terms of how can I get access to the journals of these publishers for my authors, for my readers, my researchers. But increasingly, we need to think in a different way about the scholarly publishing market. Here is a view of the past 20 years, articles published in the last 20 years, and we can see in 2020, in Web of Science, they indexed around 2.5 million articles, research articles and review articles, so actual research. It's a lot of articles. And you see how the growth trend has continued over the past 2 decades. But now we're going to view this graphic in a different way and look at what this means in terms of open access. Because if we normalize all of that publishing over the past 20 years, we can see this gray area here are the articles still published behind a paywall. Here we have the articles. The green is open access in a repository. Then red is where you have open access on a publisher platform, but the publisher holds the copyright, so bronze. Then you have the hybrid in the light yellow, and orange is fully open access journals, gold journals. And look at how striking the increase of gold open access is. And we know that if you look at DOAJ, the Directory of Open Access Journals, the majority of the journals are on a non-fee-based model. But when you look at the actual article output, the majority of articles are published under a fee-based open access publishing model. So an APC, for example. And this creates an enormous problem for our researchers, right? And for also libraries, because if we think about what is our role in the future as open access continues to grow and becomes the norm in scholarly publishing. So we're going to take yet another look at what this market looks like. And I want you to focus on the right side, the column, to see the revenue. This is what publishers, commercial publishers, are making in revenues through their open access, through their journal publishing. We have more than $10 billion that we globally pay every year for subscriptions. And you see that $1.6 billion is now the size of the open access market, publishing market. And that is increasing year on year, an incredible increase. So not only do we need to think about the publishing landscape, but also what does that mean for our investments? There are implications to the current situation. Right now we have the journal subscription market, which we know is not transparent. We don't know the fees paid by libraries and library consortia around the world are not disclosed because we have non-disclosure clauses in our agreements with publishers. So we cannot compare pricing and assess, is the pricing fair? The publishers are at liberty to charge the prices they like because we do not have that market pressure as libraries. But in the meantime, we also have a growing open access publishing market. And in the case of hybrid journals, this means that the fees that publishers ask to publish articles open access, those APCs, come on top of subscription fees. So a duplicate revenue stream going to the same publishers, which is double dipping, and that is not, it's not fair and it's not efficient. And authors who pay APCs, they are one single author interacting with a global publisher, and they don't have any there is no one there to give them oversight and to help them with their open access publishing, or to negotiate on their behalf for better conditions for open access publishing, right? Even in the case of a discount or a waiver on an APC, an individual author has to write and ask for a waiver. And this is not regulated or negotiated on their behalf by the author's institution, or even at a national consortium level. This is the situation we are in now that we are trying to change. That situation is what prompted the creation of the Open Access 2020 initiative, which has signatories and participants from around the world. And they are libraries and library consortia, funders, research organizations, higher education institutions, all simply stating this, this is our expression of interest, stating that we need subscription journals to transition to open access, because open access is good for science. And we don't want to pay extra money for this transition. We don't want to pay for hybrid open access on top. We want to use the funds that we spend on subscriptions should be transformed into funds to cover open access publishing for our authors. And we need to enact this transition together with our researchers, with publishers, with funders. We need to change the way we are supporting scholarly publishing. The method that is now most used to put that transition into practice is what are called transformative agreements. So in the past, a library or library consortium would negotiate a subscription agreement with the publisher. Today, we have transformative agreements. And in the agreements, you are basically taking the money you used to pay for access and using that investment to support open access publishing so that authors can keep their copyright and science can be made open. But just very briefly here, I will say that these agreements have multiple functions. They are a way to drive more openness in the publisher portfolio, pushing them to a flip to open access, but they are also an instrument for institutions and for libraries and countries to begin to understand, to track, where are the authors publishing? What are they paying? Are they paying APCs? How can I transition? How can I change the investments of my country, of my institution, to support open access instead? What processes do I need to change? They're very much an instrument of change, a framework for change, which is sustainable because it doesn't require extra money, and it is also stable in that it continues to support the journals where authors most frequently publish. It might be nice to destroy the whole system and start over again, but maybe that's not feasible right now until we can take care of changing research assessment criteria. So we need to work on multiple fronts to arrive at an open paradigm. This concept of transformative agreements started in Europe, but they have grown and are being negotiated in countries all around the world. I would also like to mention that thanks also to the work of IFO, they are being negotiated by and for library consortia in resource-limited contexts. And it's not only a case of changing your investment. I mean, there are consortia that do not have funds to pay for subscriptions, but we still need libraries and library consortia to negotiate on behalf of their researchers to enable those that discounted APC or that waiver for my authors to publish openly, so that it is a general condition and it can be easy for authors and they don't have to ask individually for those equitable conditions. Through all of these agreements over the past few years, we have been able to create more than 500,000 articles immediately published open access. So that's an incredible result, I think. We are also seeing the impact of these agreements on publisher portfolios. So you can see in the pink or light orange color here, those are articles published in the publisher's portfolio thanks to a transformative agreement. So if you look down here at Cambridge University Press, for example, they're well on their way to flipping their whole portfolio to open access. You can see Elsevier, Springer Nature, Wiley, and their progress is not so aggressive, but there is certainly, at least in the case of Springer Nature and Wiley, there is progress being made. As more and more institutions and consortia negotiate these agreements, we can create that delta of openness and drive them to flip to open access. You see down here also, I'm showing the growth of one fully open access publisher, just to reiterate that we as libraries and institutions need to understand how much open access publishing is growing, and we need to think about how we can intervene and interact with publishers to make sure our authors get the best conditions possible for their accepted manuscripts. So ultimately, these agreements are working to rein in the spending on hybrid open access. They should lower the overall investment in scholarly publishing. The agreements negotiated today often include not only hybrid journals, but the fully open access journals of a publisher. So think Springer Nature hybrid journals plus Springer Nature fully OA journals, where there's been huge growth, negotiating discounts on those APCs to lower the overall cost for the research community. And some like to, we have another strategy, which is rights retention that the funders are proposing here. And that is a wonderful strategy to enable open access, but it's not necessarily enough to rein in the APCs that are being charged. So really, we need to think about negotiating with publishers as part of our broader open access strategies, so that all of our investments are under oversight. We can see that they are going toward open access and not continuing with paywall system. One last thought is, as we are enabling more and more open access, and we are changing how we work with publishers, that work is not complete. We know that it's not enough to negotiate a discount for my authors on gold APCs. We want open access publishing that is provided by commercial publishers to be globally equitable. So we need, as a community, a global community, to start conversations on a global level on what criteria could enable, for example, differentiated pricing of open access publishing services. Not everyone should pay the same APC. we want to take this opportunity to ensure, as we transition to a fully open paradigm, that the conditions are globally equitable. And this is something we're working on. I will leave you the slides with links so that you can consider participating in the workshops and getting involved in these discussions that we are having as a global community. And that is the direction we are heading. And of course, reworking, changing how our investments support scholarly communication is a first step as we continue toward an open science paradigm. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for this informative talk. You have covered the history of this matter. It is important to understand that open science is not possible without access to scientific literature. I also appreciate the advice, like what librarians have to think about these days, and they need to know more about how publishing is done and what is it that determines the choice of the researchers when it comes to getting their results published. Let's see if we have any questions right now in the chat. Nowadays, Ukraine doesn't have any subscribed transformative agreement with a publisher. So what could you possibly tell us about this? Like, what can we do to get this process started? If somebody is interested in that, what should they do? Who should they turn to? It's hard to change things around in the country, but what could be this good starting point? Is there a connection issue? Well, anyway, thank you, COLLEEN, so much. So we're gonna keep moving on through the agenda. Karen Gabriel Inabas is speaking next. She's the Senior Research Officer. She's with the Technical University of Denmark, and she will speak about open access identifier and how do they monitor things in their country. So Karen, you're welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me well? Thank you. I share my screen. Oops. Just a second. For some reason, I can't put it in presenters mode. Just a second. So, can you see my slides? Is that a yes? Okay, thank you. I'm not sure I can put it presenters mode. I just do it like this. I hope it's okay. Thank you, first of all, for inviting me to do this talk on the Danish Open Access Indicator. why and how we monitor the share of open access on a national level. My name is Karen HYTTEBALLE. I'm the lead analyst at Technical University of Denmark, and I do this presentation on behalf of the Agency for Higher Education and Science. And first of all, before I start, I just want to send all my best wishes and thoughts and prayers to the people of Ukraine. So, the Open Access Indicator is one of several services by Research Portal Denmark, which is funded by the Danish Ministry of Higher Education and Science as a national platform for information about research. And we have the task at Technical University of Denmark to run and develop and operate the Open Access Indicator. So this is why I'm speaking today on behalf of the ministry. So in order to get open access, to move from non-open access environment to an open access environment, I think it's an important step to have a national open access strategy. So allow me to talk a little bit about the Danish national open access strategy. The first version of the strategy was launched by the Minister of Higher Education and Science back in June 2014, so many years ago now. The target was back then 100% open access in the year 2022. The scope was the Danish universities. We only have 8 Danish universities, so not a lot of institutions. And we only measure or only publications, journal articles and conference papers are included. So no books and no chapters, etc. Pretty soon it was obvious that the goal or the target of 100% open access in 2022 was just way too ambitious, because by 2018 we only had reached by then 36% open access on a national level. So along with that, we also discovered that the division of labor in the first strategy was too unclear. So who was responsible for what? So when no one has a clear responsibility, no one takes it. So the strategy was revised during 17 and 18 in dialogue with a national steering committee for open access. And by June 18, we had a new and revised strategy launched. The target of 100% open access was postponed until 2025, so in 3 years. And it has a much more clear division of labor between the various stakeholders, which also means now COLLEEN CAMPBELL just talked about also library consortia. So in this current strategy, they also play a big role of making sure that the publishing agreements correspond with the Danish open access strategy. Also, it became very clear in the new strategy that it's important to monitor the progress of open access, and this is a specific task for the ministry. So the wish to monitor open access has been an important element in both the first and the new or the revised strategy, but it's just more prominent in the current strategy. In Denmark, the strategy is primarily focused on green open access, which I think is actually a bit unusual. So I think it was a good choice back then. I still think it's a good choice today to have a green strategy to make the road towards open access as financially sustainable as possible. The golden model can be applied when and if there's no cost connected with that. So for instance, gold open access journals with no APCs, totally fine, no problem, we like those. So just to show you, the open access indicator came into production in 2016, where we had monitored 18% open access on a national level. As you can see here, We also have 17% of 15, but that was just a year we included. So it's not an official measurement. As you can see, from 16 until now, we have progressed quite a bit, specifically between 17 and 21, where we had quite a steep increase. And as you can see now, between 21 and 22, the good journey is sort of leveling out a little bit. Maybe we are in a place where it's actually difficult to have a very steep increase under the current circumstances. Just a few reflections on the importance of monitoring. So for the ministry, it's been, or it still is, an important tool in the ministry's dialogue with the universities about their OA performance. Now we have some data to start the conversation. Monitoring also creates a healthy competition between the universities. So we have, as I said, 8 Danish universities, and they have a friendly competition. And they also have a lot of friendly collaboration, because reaching a high number, a high share of open access, it's not something you can do on your own. It really takes a village and a national focus to keep the numbers of open access publications growing. The open access indicator also informs the political level about the progress of the strategy. So the open access indicator, the process of developing and maintaining it. As I said, we monitor the implementation of the strategy, the strategic aims, 100% open access in 25. We allow 12 months of embargo. Remember, as I said, we have a green strategy, so this is most often upload of a post-print. So there's usually an embargo connected with it. It's journal articles, conference papers, which needs to be peer-reviewed. And then part of the strategy and the monitoring is we want to secure open access rights, and we also want to make sure the universities exploit their rights fully. When we collect the data, we collect them from the university systems. So that would be the KRIS systems, their repositories. And we divide the publications into 3 categories or classifications. Realized open access, which are the publications that are open access published. Then we have a yellow classification, the unused open access rights. These are publications where the publisher actually allow some sort of open access publishing within the scope of the Danish strategy. But the university haven't used these rights. And then we have the final classification, the blocked open access. This is the publications where the journal or the publisher do not allow any form of open access which corresponds with the scope of the Danish strategy. So I think this is also important, not just to see how many open access publications do we have, but also to see how well do we use the rights that are granted to us, the universities. We show the numbers on a national level. Here you can see the results from 18 to 22 with all 3 categories. You can also see the numbers moving back from 15 if you want to. And here you can see that we still have quite a big share of blocked open access publications, which will make the final target of 100% open access a little bit difficult to reach if we still have 18% of the publications which cannot be made open access. Yes, we also monitor on university level. And even though all universities have an increase in the share of open access publications, they also present quite different results. And what we find the difference are due to the level of university backing or attention, but also the resources in the library, because often this work with getting at least the open access publication registered and made public through a CRIS system or repositories, it's work done in libraries. Oh, sorry. And last but not least, there's if you have good processes around and workflows around open access, you will usually have better results on a university level. We also monitor the open access types, and since we have a green open access strategy, this is important to us to see exactly how big a share is actually green open access. And we have a quite steady share of green open access publications from the university repositories, almost around 80%. Then we have a much smaller share, which are green open in external repositories. And then we also measure the gold open access publications with and without APCs. And this is data we get from DOAJ. We don't monitor hybrid open access unless it's put in the repository. In that case, we see it as green open access, but we don't, since we don't have a hybrid open access strategy and we don't want to encourage hybrid open access publishing, we don't monitor that specifically. So the system, how does it work? I won't go into to the specific details. I don't have time for that. Just want to say on our website, we document both the processes, the data, and everything we do. So you can see much more there. Just want to highlight that in this process also it's support and collaboration with the universities is a very important aspect. We want to help the universities succeed in this enhancing their share of open access, and we do that by doing a lot of guides, and we communicate with them. We do all sorts of things. So this, I think, is a very important aspect as well in reaching success. And with that, hopefully, we'll by 2025, we'll be reaching the goal of 100% open access. So thank you for your attention, and you can read more at the indicator site. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen, for this talk, for sharing your experience. It's been very useful. Certainly, success in gaining 100% OA by 2025 is a big ask. But we're interested in your strategy, so you chose the green open access and you're not supporting any transformative agreements right now. There's a question, however, is your ministry intending to include OA indicators in the research assessment? Will you integrate it in the assessment or not?
Yeah, good question. Maybe. I know in some of the Danish universities, they already have that part of their own internal assessment or evaluation. Some universities use that as an indicator because it's, now we talk about monitoring and strategy. I think in all Danish university, everyone agrees that open access is good and that's the only way. So sometimes it's just really difficult to, because we have these strange publisher agreements, sometimes these are a hindrance, because I think most researchers and most universities want to be open access compliant. So I think on the institutional level, this is happening some places already. But I think, yes, obviously, in the long run, this would also be something on a national level to consider.
Thank you. We're going to keep monitoring your success, and thanks for taking part in the panel.
Thank you.
So let's move on. The next one is Le-Marie Hirgensson, the coordinator of the Open Science Office, Association of Innovative Centers, Helmutson Association, and she will speak about the experience of promoting open science in Helmutson centers. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much for this kind introduction. I hope that you can hear me and see my slides. I'm very happy to be here with you today to discuss how open science can be implemented as a research performing organization, namely the Helmholtz Association. And firstly, let me say many thanks to the organizers of the conference, and especially to Natalia and Sabina and all the other organizers for making this conference happen in these trying times and despite all the difficulties. You're communicating so wonderfully with us and promptly informing us about everything, so thank you very much. To quote the president of the Helmholtz Association, "Science thrives on free discourse and peaceful coexistence across borders, cultures, and governments. This is the only way to solve the global challenges facing humanity." And in line with the Alliance of Science Organizations in Germany, we are determined to continue to pursue our contacts in close cooperation with our Ukrainian partners at all levels. We are honored to be a part of this conference and share our ideas in today's presentation. And hopefully we can find fields of collaboration and working together in open science and innovation in the future. Thank you for having us. In Helmholtz, we address major and pressing questions from science, industry, and society. And to this end, we arrange our long-term cutting-edge research in 6 strategic areas that you can see depicted here in this slide. We're looking for answers to the big questions of our time. For example, what resources will be used to generate energy in the future? How can we make mobility climate friendly? Or what therapies will help with previously incurable diseases? And Helmholtz potential here lies in the scientists. They work in the 18 research centers of the Helmholtz Association and use their globally unique research infrastructures and benefit from modern research management, among which open science figures prominently. So let's take a closer look. As an overarching topic, open science calls for the unrestricted access to scientific publications and cultural heritage, and the opening up of the processes of scientific knowledge creation. And as shown in this UNESCO visualization, collaboration, innovation, and openness thrive when combined and then unlock science's potential. So open science entails many advantages for researchers, society, the economy, and politics, such as greater visibility and applicability of research, as well as collaborative possibilities. So our activities are thus guided by the paradigm of consistently employing the opportunities offered by digitization for scientific communication and research. By breaking down barriers to the use of knowledge and information, new levels of collaboration and cooperation are made possible. Simultaneously, by expanding transparency and the possibilities for quality assurance, open science increases the performance of science and promotes innovations based on scientific findings. And when we speak of openness today, we mostly mean intelligent openness, that is, as open as possible and as closed as necessary. So per discipline or per research field, sometimes different parameters might need to be considered. As Helmholtz Open Science Office, we are a service provider for the entire Helmholtz Association to support this cultural change from closed to open, and we do so since 2005 onwards. We promote the dialogue and provide impulses within the association and offer training and support concerning all aspects on open science. We cooperate with the Helmholtz centers in working groups and joint task groups, and we deliver key contributions to digital transformation, as well as represent Helmholtz positions on open science in the national and international level, such as today in this wonderful conference. As a cross-cutting topic in our organization, open science shares connections with manifold activities, with different infrastructures and initiatives within our centers and the association as a whole, as you can see here in this slide. And we have identified these 5 focus topics that you can see on the right-hand side for the upcoming year, and we'll focus our efforts on these. And in the following, I'll explain some more details on how we go about this. One very important development and also focus of the session today within open science also is open access. As early as 1991, the preprint server archive was founded, and amidst the serial crisis in the 90s, the pressure was heightened for things to change in the academic publishing landscape. In the early 2000s, then, several initiatives for open science were called to life, and we are still benefiting from their call to action, especially in implementing the possibilities of digitization for communication and collaboration. For open access, one of our key endeavors is the promotion of the transformation from subscription-based publishing to open access publishing. And without wanting to dwell on the details of gold and green, we've heard about it already, it is important to note that in Helmholtz, open access green and open access gold are treated as or implemented as equal strategies. And the open access quota of publications in Helmholtz has steadily risen since it was first measured, as can be seen here in this slide. The goal quota for 2020 was already surpassed in the publication year of 2019, and currently the quota measures 76%. Further work is being undertaken currently to increase openness for publications in Helmholtz and ultimately open up all publications. Open access to scientific publications, however, was not and is not enough to achieve genuine openness in research. So as part of this cultural change movement towards openness, more and more elements of the research cycle have been and are being opened up. Research data and software are considered equally important research products. So let's turn to these now. Research data and its management are central topics for the Helmholtz Association with its complex research infrastructures, such as, for example, ships, accelerators, satellites, and other data-intensive research activities. And many of these are also accessible for the research community outside of Helmholtz. To strengthen the role that open science plays in this context, we published the position paper, Making Information Resources More Usable. This paper outlines with a particular focus on research data, how science can be opened up, reused, and thereby promote the quality, productivity, sustainability, and competitiveness of science. And also further transparency and openness, of course. This also means enabling the publication of research data and developing research data policies accompanying this process. Thereby, we also cooperate with the Helmholtz incubator platforms in supporting the centers. Open science calls for accessibility and reuse of scientific results, and in many research areas, this can only be ensured if the source code is also made openly accessible, in addition to corresponding research data and publication. At the Helmholtz centers, various research software initiatives are currently being implemented, as you can see here in this slide. And for example, within the Helmholtz Open Science Forum on policies for research software, we developed the checklist that is linked here to support the Helmholtz centers in implementing policies for sustainable research software. This checklist is aimed at decision makers and functions as a living document. The checklist supplements the model guideline on sustainable research software, and it provides further information and support on implementing openness at Helmholtz. As we constantly strive to employ digitization to make all components of the scientific process open, comprehensible, usable, reusable, and easily accessible, these milestones give a good impression of what we have already achieved and where we are today. Starting in the early 2000s, we are currently implementing national and international open science and open research data infrastructures. Supported by our open science networks, we work on the advancements of incentives, indicators, and KPIs in Helmholtz in order to make these more suitable for the different research fields in the association, as well as for acknowledging open science practices more. Our new task group on quality indicators for data and software products is leading this process. And this very week, after intense discussions with all the relevant stakeholders in Helmholtz, we are very happy to announce that our General Assembly has adopted the new open science policy for Helmholtz. This policy stipulates that scholarly publications, research data, and research software are to be published openly, and it marks an important point in achieving openness in our organization. The policy is organized into 3 sections. In section A, strategic positioning, we formulate a commitment to open science in accordance with the UNESCO recommendations on open science, and we express our path towards openness by design. In section B, monitoring, we make a commitment to open science on the basis of 3 current focus areas: open access, open research data, and open research software, through specific and verifiable indicators. And in section 3, C, implementation and common requirements, in line with the funding policy of the European Commission, open science practices are formulated for implementation purposes. And here we draw on licensing, FAIR principles, and metadata standards. So with this policy, open science becomes the standard of publication practice for us in Helmholtz. And that makes us very happy, of course. Keeping all of these aforementioned developments and aspects in mind, let me wrap up our mission for open science. In order to achieve the implementation of open science practices, it is crucial that open science and digitization go hand in hand. Digitization affects both the technological level as well as processes and people. Therefore, adjustments to workflows, business processes, and also more fundamental change process are required. As we outlined today, open science focuses on precisely this cultural change in science and how we do research, how we come together in performing, assessing, and communicating about science. In open science, we use the potential of digitization to promote accessibility and reuse of research products and make research more robust, trustworthy, and reproducible. For the ensuing discussion with you now, or at a later point if we run out of time, we brought the following question and we're very much interested in your replies, ideas, and suggestions. How can we work together to further promote this open science culture? With this little summary, it brings me to the end of my talk. We would be delighted if you were to stay in contact with us beyond this event. Feel free to contact us with questions or suggestions. You may also want to subscribe to our newsletter, which is published in German and English, or follow us on Twitter to be informed about news on open science. Thank you very much for your attention. And again, thank you to the organizers for this wonderful conference and all your great work that you do for openness, for science, and for innovation. I look forward to our future cooperation. Thank you very much.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. It's about your experience and strategy and what you do in enabling open science in your association. And it helps achieve global open science at the end of the day. Let's see if there are any questions. I'd like to thank Leah for this presentation as well. So indeed, your association is a showcase for my country in terms of developing open science. I think we're going to check back with you in order to see how we can do it the best possible way in Ukraine. So thank you for taking part in this session, and hopefully we're going to cooperate onwards. All right, thank you. So any questions will be taken care of in the chat, I guess. There have been some reactions in the course of the talk. Okay, let's move on further. And with this, I'd like to turn over to the chief of the research group, Open Research Information of the Information Center of Science and Technology of Leibniz University, aka TAB Library, Christian Hauschke. He will tell us about the Open Access Journal in the Metadata Foundation. So Christian, you're welcome.
Hi, Natalia. Hi, all. Thanks. Hi from Hanover, Germany. My name is Christian Hauschke, and I'm the lead of the lab group Open Research Information in the Open Science Lab of the TIB. I'm honored to be given the space to talk about our work on open research information and how it's fostering open science, and in this case, open access specifically. I wanted to start with a quick glance about what the open access transformation is. So thanks to Colleen Campbell and Karin HYTTEBALLE-Ibanez for saving me some time and giving me more room to talk about open research information. At first, I'd like to clarify research information is not research data. So when we're talking about research data, we talk about data that is produced during the research process, like raw data that's from quantitative empirical analysis or from some soil analysis or whatever. But we are talking here in this presentation about research information, and research information is metadata on everything that is happening in science and who's acting in science and what is the output of science. So metadata on projects and events, persons, organizations, and all kinds of publications, including research software and research data too. There is an increasing need and growing importance of research information for different use cases in the scholarly world. Funding organizations are aiming at getting more information about the outcomes of the research they financed, as we have seen in the presentation by Karen before. So the monitoring of open access output is, for example, is only possible if metadata on this open access is available. Funding organizations are aiming at getting more information about the outcomes. Research institutions want to have well-founded information for evidence-based decisions on their institutional governance, and researchers use the information to find works in their area of interest. Here's an overview about different stakeholders and different uses of research information. It's from a 6-year-old presentation by Jan Dvořák of EuroCRIS, and we have slightly modified it and added some things. We will publish the slides so you can have later on have a more detailed look at this and all the sources too. A lot of things, a lot of attention is drawn to the use of scientometrics for research evaluation. We had a question on this before, and of course, this is something that touches all our lives as a funder, as a research administrator, as a researcher ourselves. And the databases on this is usually proprietary and not transparent, like Scopus, Web of Science, and so on. No one can really influence what's in there, and it's not reproducible to people who are not licensing these data sources. And on top, it's oftentimes focused on English language publications, and oftentimes focusing too on subjects like mathematics, engineering, and technology, which is MINT in German, STEM in English. Humanities and social science are often underrepresented. And these are problems which are tackled in the San Francisco Declaration on Research Assessment and the Leiden Manifesto for Research Metrics, but they are not solved. So what do we do now? Are we doomed? Should we just stop to work with open bibliometric or with bibliometric information? Should we just stop to work with scholarly information because everything is so complicated? Hopefully not. So we hope that open research information can solve some of the problems. In the Leiden Manifesto, we have 2 issue points that are dedicated to this. And one is to keep the data collection and analytical processes on research evaluation open, and to allow those evaluated, so the researchers, to verify the data, which means we need open research information. In the San Francisco Declaration, we have similar points. There's something like remove all reuse limitations on reference lists and make them available under the Creative Commons public domain dedication, and be open and transparent by providing data, and again under license that allows unrestricted reuse and provide computational access. So provide access via an API. In a project that we conducted together with the State Scientific and Technical Library of Ukraine with Serhiy Nadorovets and Natalia Kalyuchna, we worked on this. We tried to apply the FAIR principles on research information. The FAIR principles means FAIR means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable, and are principles which are initially focused on research data, and we tried to apply them to research information, and that worked pretty good. So we now have no time to go into depth with this. I will link a publication later in chat, and we'll have it linked in the slides too, where there's some more details on this. But now I'd like to switch to a different project where we are implementing some of the ideas that we worked on together with the SSTL in Kiev. We want to enrich the open research information commons by enriching the metadata of articles from open access journals by linking open citations and spatiotemporal metadata, that is geodata, to openly accessible data sources. We do this by creating 2 plugins for open journal systems, OJS, which is the software which is worldwide most used for open access journals. I think the last estimation was that more than 25,000 journals worldwide are using this software. The project was set up as follows. After an initial requirement analysis, a concept was produced to develop 2 plugins. The developing process followed agile principles, and we had a constant exchange with stakeholders like PKP, the organization responsible for the development of OJS, with open citations as the main initiative to foster this kind of open research information, and with several journal providers and researchers to find out more about what they need and how they need it. I'll post a link to a publication where we published the project proposal according to open science principles, so you can have a look at that too. I don't go into details here, but I'd like to give a quick schematic overview of how this works. We allow user interactions with OJS and our plugins. We enrich the user given data with metadata we harvest from open data sources. Here on the left, marked as red. 2 of the main data sources we use for metadata are OpenAlex for bibliometric metadata and GeoNames for geographical information, that is places and so on. In OpenAlex, so we're by using DOI, various components of a reference are structured, and DOI is used to structure various components of a reference, author's title, year. GeoNames provide us with connections between place names and coordinates too. From OJS, we transfer the final metadata to open databases who then can reuse it. Currently, we're working mainly with open citations, Crossref, and Wikidata. These data sinks are marked as green on the right side. Future possible data sinks would be DataCite or the Open Research Knowledge Graph, ORCID'S. So to give you a quick insight, we have an animation here on how this works. This is an insight into the citation plugin. And after entering this is now here, you can see how the metadata, the basic metadata of a publication is entered. And later on, there will be the entering of reference metadata. And after entering the citations in the field for the references, the DOIs are extracted from the raw references. This is what's happening when you hit on parse. After extracting the DOIs, the citations are enriched with metadata from OpenAlex. And after the enrichments, the citations can be edited in detail by authors and editors on both the submission and article detail pages. The next step then is to submit the structured citations to external open access site open data sources that I just mentioned. An important point, humans are in control of the final metadata all the time. It's machine assisted, but not machine controlled. So the next plugin is the Geo plugin, and we have an animation on the left side too. On the right side, you can see how it looks in the journal front end. We have on the right side, we have 2 types of shapes, of geographical shapes that are displayed on a map, where we can see which area is in focus of the article. So if we have, like in the example in the middle, research on an area in New Zealand, we can mark New Zealand on a map. On the left side, you can see how it works. You can just point and click on the map, and then it's automatically detected which geographical entities are in the area that you marked. And this is part of the metadata then. This plugin allows scientific journals so not only to collect classical publication metadata, who published something under which title and when, but also to collect and display spatial, and this is another addition, temporal information. So spatial temporal metadata answers the questions where and when the research of an article happened. Yeah, you can see how this looks like on our demonstration Open Journal Systems implementation. The link is here. And we're always happy to answer your questions. So what happens next? The development of the Geo plugin started only in March, and it's already pretty far. And now we're starting with the Geo portal, which is aiming at collecting geographical information from several journals and displaying it to make geographical, enable geographic and temporal discovery of research output. We are in constant exchange with Open Citations and the Internet Archive to build metadata transfer structures. Currently, we are building something on top on GitHub and GitLab. We want to support the installation of plugins at partner journals. You can see some of them down below, some of our partners. If you're interested to become our partners, please contact us. We are doing very soon a quantitative survey of journals and researchers on their needs regarding open research information from journals. And we are working on including the citation plugin as a core feature in OJS. So in future that 25,000 journals all around the world can make use of this. Some final remarks. As we've seen in the previous presentation, open science and open access are accelerating research, and there's a widening participation in the research process due to this all over the world. And open science needs to be fair. That means we have to take care of the metadata too. So we need to have openly licensed metadata. We need to have persistent identifiers like DOIs for publications, software, and research data. We need to have ORCID'S for researchers and raw identifiers for organizations, for example, and maybe in future RAID IDs for projects. We need open standards for metadata like serif and so on, which aims at making the metadata interoperable. And I'd like to highlight in this conference that there are very relevant initiatives in Ukraine that can help making Ukraine research more fair, more visible. And two initiatives that I got some insights into are the Open Ukrainian Citation Index, which is, I think, a worldwide unique collection, national collection of national open citations, and the Ukrainian Research Information Systems, which is building a lot on persistent identifiers, and I hope will make their metadata open and persistent. So there is a lot of very relevant and excellent work going on in Ukraine, and I hope we can collaborate in future more with the SSTL and other institutions in Ukraine. So thanks for your attention. I have pointed out two links here. Please contact us via our project website or follow us on Twitter and contact us there. We are looking forward to collaborating to all of you. Thanks.
Thank you, Christian, for this talk, and you duly consider the openness of research information, and you speak about the services that are out there and they can be developed further. We're interested to learn more about new plugins that you're making. So those are open code plugins, and everybody will be able to use them and benefit from them. Okay, let's see if there are any questions. Let me look at the chat. There's a question. Is there any way to use the plugins that you have told us about, or are they still in the making?
They're still in the making, but you already can use them. So we publish all our code on GitHub, and you can use the version that is currently there. And if you want to have a special feature, something is not working, we are happy for feedback. And if you need assistance with installation or something, or the usage, we're happy to provide this. So I will put links in the chat, and if I can do this, or I will ask Sabine or Natalia to disseminate this, so that you can directly go there and try it out.
Thank you. So you all are welcome to go ahead and test it out, and please give us your feedback. All right, thank you. We need to move on. There have been slight changes to the agenda. Cynthia Hudson, unfortunately, cannot join us right now. So I'd like to invite the next presenter, Sergei Kuzmenko, the co-founder of the publishing company Dilovi Perspektivi. He will speak about modern status and development of the strategy for national scientific periodics. Hello to all participants in the conference. I'm going to speak about the current status and the strategy of developing national research periodicals. I'd like to say that there will not be too much positive stuff in my talk, because there are really many problems that we're having with this in Ukraine. I could speak at length about that because I'm an author, a reviewer, an editor, a publisher. I'm a deputy principal on science in the university, and I run one of the education establishments. But I'd like to use my 15 minutes or so to share some useful points. Domestic research publishing in my country is nascent. It's only getting started as far as I can see. There have been successful projects here and there that you may have heard of, but they're just too few. So all in all, we can see a lot of amateur practices, and sometimes it's just a travesty of the very idea of a research journal. In this country, you get 2.5 to 3,000 journals. Is that a lot or not? I think it's a lot. In the category A, you get 131 journals. In B category is 1.4 thousand. Some universities have scores of editions. In the National Academy of Science, you get more than 300. So there are hundreds of publishers and lots of authors, reviewers, editors. In the Academy of Science alone, we had about 2.5 thousand doctors of science and about 6.5 thousand candidates of science and doctors of philosophy. All in all, in science, you get about 80,000 staff here and there. How do we manage this sector in Ukraine? Well, there's no consistency of practice here. There's no appropriate planning. There's no strategic planning. We cannot organize processes. There's lack of motivation. We only have some regulations here and there and control. Scientists receive requirements on the number of publications they gotta do to gain a scientific degree. Institutions score the journals that you can find in Scopus or elsewhere. They go by the number of publications. Since last year, some of the principals were told how many journals they have to take to Scopus or VOS. That's how they make a list of professional editions. I don't know what kind of future these journals are gonna have. Nobody cares. Nobody cares about this at all right now, and never did. Editorial skills of our scientists leave much to be desired. I spoke with many editors of domestic magazines and journals, and I can say that only some of them have heard something about the principles of transparency or publishing ethics. In the websites, they all say that their journal abides by the principles of publication ethics, but that's just word. If we think of managers, publishing managers, then it's a rarity in this country. Typically, if you work for a journal, it's like an extra workload for a teacher or a research associate. And very often they have some of their colleagues do it, even students sometimes. Many journals do not address the articles. The websites lack information. The geography of authors is so small. Chief editors very often are directors, principals. So there's a whole bunch of problems. There are some journals in this country, and many of you know about that, which may carry an article which dates back to last month or last year. Scientists are supposed to produce a particular number of articles per year. That's the requirement. Okay, if you do 10 articles per year, then you get a bonus. You can do a bachelor's degree work, you can make an article out of that, and then you send it to a magazine. And the magazine may go ahead and publish that because the magazine has its own issues to handle. The role of a publisher is very much underestimated, but the publisher is the key element for a magazine or a journal. I would say all of our universities and institutes are publishers. Some of the individuals are publishers too. In Scopus, you get some of the magazines that have been founded by individuals. But founders are sometimes just called founders. Academic Periodica is one of them. It seems to be a powerful publisher in the country, but effectively, they prepare the publications from the manuscript to a print run, and they also try to draft some regulations on publishing activities. So they're not publishers in the global understanding of this word. In the Academy of Science, they have at least those kinds of publishers, but in many universities and the like, there are none. And individual journals are getting rigged up by the people who have time for this. That's how it goes. So in this setting, a university can publish 10, 20 journals, and in each of those, you can see different editorial policies. So the publisher is one, but there can be 10, 15, 20 different policies, editorial policies. Or you can think of various journals, and the editorial policy is the same for all of them, which also looks weird. So none of these domestic journals can boast the fact that they are a member of the Committee on Publishing Ethics or a member of the Association of Open Access Journals. I can see in Doach you have 426 Ukrainian journals. That looks quite decent, but only 20 out of them are quality editions. I'm not saying that these journals do not deserve membership or distinguishment, but there is no consistency of practice in this sector in this country. So the entire system is built in such a way that everything revolves around the most cited authors and journals, especially when you use science metric materials. So it's hard for the Ukrainian authors and journals to reach to the top. Influential publishers publish influential authors and vice versa. If others have a high impact factors, then it's fine. But there are no journals in Ukraine which would have a high impact factor. So that's where it's at with us. That's where it's at today. And I guess there is a way to change the situation around. I'm going to speak about one country now, and guess what country that is. That country declared independence in 1991. Its population was slightly more than 4 million, so it's 10 times less than what we had before the war. If we go by Webometrics rating and see how many universities are there in this country, it's going to be 48. With us, it is 312. In 2021, Scopus indexed 183 journals of that country, 183. Ours were 86, just 50% of that number. They've got 5 journalists in Q1. We have only 1 journal. And I'm speaking about Croatia. This is Croatia. I think of Poland, 500 journals in Scopus. In first quartile, you get 37. We have hundreds of scientific conferences happening every year, but out of thousands of our monographs, none make it to Scopus. The Academy of Science is the key government institution in this sector. It's got 32 journals in Scopus in 2021. That's how many Ukrainian journals were there. And that's the Academy of Science itself, plus its institutes and a couple of publishing houses. So all in all, 32 journals. I have let them know that we gotta do something about that. I wrote them on behalf of the company, which has 8 journals in the Scopus and is a member of the Publishing Ethics Committee. It is a member of the Open Access Journal Association. So I suggested that they share some experience, maybe even bad trips, but that's what we've got. So they replied saying that it's a government-funded institution. It's the main scientific institution of the country, and it's not going to use the experience of a private entrepreneur. In the Ministry of Education and Science and universities, the situation with the journalists is pretty much the same. The ministry makes the universities produce journals which could be seen in the Web of Science and Scopus. And how many university magazines and journals can you find there? In 2021, in Scopus, it was 25 journals. More than 300 universities is there in the country. A couple of hundred journals released, and only 25 end up in Scopus. Scopus and Web of Science is not a panacea. These are the products of for-profit companies, and they've got quite a lot of shortcomings. Maybe in a while, that will transform their operations. The journals are also getting transformed, but Scopus and WOS is something everybody wants to end up in the world. They put forward decent requirements, they screen the journals, and they stimulate the quality improvement of each journal. So the journals have to meet the quality requirements in order to get indexed in those systems. So when we speak about WOS and Scopus and our presence there, then it gives you an idea of where it's at with us journal-wise in the country. So I really hope that amateurs will be able to do something, because at the government level, nothing is doing in the Ministry of Education or in the Academy of Science. There is no strategy for development of journals. There is nowhere to go. So maybe we don't need that, because there are countries in which universities or academies of science do not release their own journals, and yet they have seen a lot of achievements in science. I have looked through the report from the Academy of Science for 2021, and there is a mention of the strategy there. So they say that among the top priorities for the subsequent years, they need to make sure that a strategy be drafted for research publishing in Ukraine. It is necessary to cooperate with the government institutions in order to make sure that research publishing practices match the world's best practices. So hope is there, and we just need to see a respective initiative coming up, and a lot of niggling job will be done. And those who are going to be doing it professionally will have to keep it in the back of their mind. So that's where it's at with us in this regard. And in the end of this, I'd like to say that I appreciate UKRAINIAN agency. They didn't pay us for plagiarism verification this year. There's an association of open access magazines. They no longer charge membership fees from us. Clarivate and Elsevier have also supported the Ukrainian science in these trying times. Thank you. Thank you, Sergey, for this critical overview. Not too many choose to speak about these kinds of things, but if you never speak about them, then there's no way to handle them. There's a question for you here. It's about quantitative requirements for researchers. Are they necessary? That's not a question for me, actually. So if you abandon it, then nobody will be doing anything. Just a few people, mostly amateurs, will be trying to do something. So I don't think this requirement should be totally gone, but we just need to modify it somehow. And we should not think of Scopus or WOS only. There are other science-o-metric bases in Britain, in Norway, in Australia. So there is a need for professional, well-thought-out approach. You can go by the scores, not by the number of publications. Like in Poland, they've got a list of journals, and each journal on the list has respective scores, and the teacher is supposed to gain a particular number of scores. There's some protectionism there, so they take care of domestic journals, which is fine, I think. Okay, one more question. You spoke of the ordinance of the Ministry of Education. It's about requirements in journals, their assessment and monitoring. Nobody cares about the status of those journals. I didn't actually mention this ordinance. The ministry does not monitor journals. Yes, there is a list, and it's easy to end up on the list. There are formal requirements there. And there is an ordinance on how this list is made. And among the items there, you can see certain requirements. And if the journal fails to meet them, then it can be dropped from the list, like a failure to abide by the academic integrity and things like that. I would not say it's monitoring. To me, it's not. You get 1,500 journals, and every year, 10 of them might be dropped from the list. Although some of them should not be dropped. But it's easy to abide by these formal requirements, so many of the journals can still be on the list. Would it be possible to abandon commercial Scopus and Web of Science in assessing research? There is a reference to Leiden Manifest and so on. Well, you're not supposed to pay APC. I mean, there are many journals that are free. There are many of them. There are some free Ukrainian journals as well. You don't have to necessarily pay these big amounts. You can get published in those other journals which have the diamond access, so they didn't charge you anything. There was a speech about transformative agreements, and you could take certain funds and spend it in this country to make a transformative agreement with HYTTEBALLE. The government will pay for a certain number of articles that will be published in the journals, which is 1,500 in REVITALISATION. The government will cover all of that cost, and this will grant us full access to Elsevier journals. And also our authors will be able to get their stuff published there. That's one of the ways to go. If we totally abandon WS and Scopus, I guess that's not going to be the right thing to do, because you get high quality journals there. I could spend a few weeks making a list of hundreds of journals that should not be there, and I can prove that. But still, in Scopus, you get 25,000 journals, so 100 is not a big deal. Okay, thank you. We gotta move on. So you're welcome to write me through Facebook or other media if you're interested in this. Thank you, Sergey. I'd like now to invite the last presenter for this panel. It's a consultant for clients from Central and Eastern Europe, representing Elsevier, Pavlo Milevsky.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can see my presentation and that you can hear me and
Yes.
everything is okay. Thank you very much. So first of all, I'm very happy to be here today and thank you very much for invitation. It's my pleasure to present the topic on your conference. And yeah, we have this very important topic today. We are discussing open science, open access, innovations. And that's also a very important topic and trend within Elsevier as a publisher, but also Elsevier as a company which is supporting a scientific community in different ways, because of course we are a big publisher, but also we are a technology partner who can deliver some kind of solutions that can support open access and open science at the institutional level. So I will tell a little bit more about trends in open access today, and feel free to contact me later on if you will have any questions, ideas, you would like to know more about it. So let me start with the slides. Where are we with open access? So this is like a very basic information and something that I wanted to check before our today meeting. So where is open access right now? Because we started discussions about open access publishing 20 years ago with Budapest Open Access Initiative. And since then, we are talking about it on conferences, we are thinking about policies, we have new strategies, we have recommendations that comes from different ways to our institutions, and how it looks like right now. So what you can see on my slides, few regions in 2021, and this number is the percentage of all publications. And this percentage is for gold open access articles. So my question to you, how do you feel? What is the number for Europe and what is the number for Ukraine? Maybe you have some ideas what is hidden right now on my slide. So we can see 26% in USA, and this is gold open access publications published by authors affiliated to USA institutions. Then we have China with 28%. This is based on Scopus data. So you can also go there to Scopus and check by your own later on. I don't see your answers on the chat, so I think no one has proposition. So maybe I will just show you how it looks like. Okay, so in Europe, we have 45% right now. And with Ukraine, we can see 30%. And if you ever check this number in 2020, 2019, and go a little bit back, then you will see that this is a trend that is rising. So we can see it all around the world. It looks differently in different areas, but the numbers are getting stronger. Yes, so we have more and more open access publications right now. And what is the difference between those regions? Well, we can ask this question and just, think about different reasons. But the trend is always increasing. And why this can look different in different areas? I think the most important thing is that open access is enabled by different stakeholders. So we have different groups, and we are discussing open access on government level, on funders and sponsors of science level, but then we have institutions, researchers, publishers, readers. So all of those groups needs to somehow work together to enable open access. And if we are talking about governments, for example, this is the level where people are deciding on open access policies and mandates. And if they decide that we should go with a strong recommendation for publishing in open access model, then next levels needs to follow this kind of policy. So for example, in Europe, European Union made a policy called Plan S, which is right now very important in the region. So that's why we can see this number is bigger. What is going on next? If we have a policy, then funders and sponsors of the science needs to somehow follow these rules. So, for example, if you are having a grant opportunity abroad, it can be a grant with this recommendation that you can do this grant, you can work with your project, we will finance your idea, but then when you will publish your results, you need to do it in open access model. So this is very strong recommendation. If we go a little bit down, we can find also policies about open access and open science as well on institutional level. So a university, for example, can have own policy for open access, some kind of set of recommendations for all researchers from the community. And of course, if we go to researchers, we can see this trend as encouraging people to publish research output in open access model. And this is because, of course, the idea of opening science is very good. There are many benefits. The results is open for the wide public, for the global, let's say, community. So yes, this is something that can be interesting, but also from my perspective, I know a lot of researchers who are not very convinced yet that open access is the good way to do it. And we have readers, and readers have a lot of benefits because they can read the full text of article without any kind of fee. So this is free of charge for them. And institutions don't have to pay for subscription to give readers access to these publications. If it's open access, it's just their internet. Anyone can open it. Anyone can read it. And with publishers, and I am a representative of a publisher, what we are doing is we are implementing somehow open access options for researchers based on all of those I told you, okay? So we need to follow governments, funders, institutions regarding policies and mandates for open science and open access, and then think about, okay, what can I do as a publisher to enable open access in the way that people will be happy about it and they will use it. And of course, Elsevier is a global company, so we need to follow the whole world with this topic. And what we come up with is two publishing models. Pay to read. This is the first road, more traditional way. The traditional way is a subscription model. Okay, you know it quite well. So first, someone needs to pay subscription to enable access to publications for all the readers. Yes, so a person who wants to read something first need to pay to see the full text of the publication. This is like more, let's say, traditional model, which is quite popular now and in the past. And this is pay to read. So there is nothing to be paid in the beginning. Author is submitting the publication, and then publisher does everything with the text. Text is published. In Elsevier example, this publication will go for Science Direct platform, and then if you want to read it, you need to have license to read content from Science Direct platform. The other publishing model, which was developed because of open access and open science trends, is pay to publish. So this is something else. So we have developed this way to have readers with no payment. So if you want to read the article, you don't need to pay for it, but the payment is on the side of author. And of course, this is like something very important to remember, that when I say that the reader is paying, it could mean that the library is paying, or the institution is paying, your university is paying, yes? And in the same way with pay to publish. So there is APC, article process charge, which needs to be paid by author, but yeah, in the name of author, it can be paid by library, by university, by scientific institution. It can also be the money from a grant, yes, from your research funders. So this is just to show you how it looks like. And because of that, we have different types right now of journals and of articles, of publications. With open access, we have gold open access, as you can see here, but also we have something called green open access, different way. But publishing models, if you want to find two main routes and two main trends, right now we have pay to bid or pay to publish, and this is something we are working with. If someone decides to go with open access, this is somehow a new thing in the scholarly communication, because of course we are talking about it for 20 years, but if we would like to check the whole history of scholarly communication, we would need to go back to Gutenberg and his idea of print. So yeah, this is still quite new. And the main change, I was talking about the main change for the reader, so for the user of article. But the second very important change is with licensing, because if you are publishing in open access model, you need to choose a copyright license, and at Elsevier and other publishers, we are using Creative Commons licenses. So this is very important change, because you are not, as an author, you are not giving your rights to the publisher, but author rights stays with author. And also the way that the user can use your article is quite different than if we use copyright, like traditional way copyright. So please remember about that. We have two licenses you can choose. It's CC BY or CC BY and CMD. Both are open somehow, but a little bit different between those two ideas on how can I publish with open access. So if you go on the practical level, what does it mean if I chose CC BY, okay? That means exactly that with my article, anyone can do whatever this person wants to do with the article, but there is one rule. Always there need to be my name, and they need to show my authorship, okay? And as you can see on my slide, 34% of people right now, authors are choosing CC BY license. So the majority goes with the second one, which is the license for no non-commercial use and without deliberate other things. So, for example, with the second one, there cannot be work based on my work. For example, with translation, anyone can translate, of course, but only for private use. If the license is the first one, the person can translate article, but also can share it with the public, and also can actually sell it for money. Okay, so this is with license, and this is very important. So please remember about that. Authors should have very strong awareness. What is behind the license? What rules are there for author, for users? What can people do with the work? What are also what is the license if we discuss the relation between author and also publisher, okay? And what is right now trends, what we can observe is something called transformative agreement. And with transformative agreement, the principle is that we want to transform subscription model into open access model to support open access publishing. It's quite popular in Europe right now. And this is a way of driving immediate open access. And with transformative agreement, we are focusing on hybrid journals. So these journals which allow authors to choose. Do you want to publish in subscription model in traditional way, or do you want to publish in open access? Both ways are possible within hybrid journals. And maybe one more comment here, because this is like something still new. The first, this kind of agreement, the first one with Elsevier was established in 2018. So this is 4 years ago, okay? And still, this is ongoing process. And now we are also thinking about, okay, we have this kind of agreements. Yeah, we need to be very aware of what will go next and how it works. So we are also collecting feedback from the community. And we don't have this kind of agreement with Ukraine, but we have opened APC waivers for Ukraine community with our program of support for Ukrainian academics, researchers, and students. There is a web page which you can find, and there are some resources. For now, all of this is free of charge for anyone from Ukrainian community. So please go there and also check, because you have APCs, so you can actually publish with Elsevier with no costs right now. This is like our support for you. So just follow this link and you will get more information on how to do it. And yeah, Elsevier is a huge company. So I think you know that we have more than 2,700 different journal titles. So I think anyone from any kind of subject area can find something relevant for their work. And with open access agreements, for now, I told you that the first one was established in 2018, but for now, we have more than 2,000 institutions all around the world who are using this kind of agreements. So agreements with subscription part and also publishing part. So we have both. You can read a journal and the content, but you can also publish in the same title with open access models. And let me just end my presentation with conclusion, because we are talking about open access, but the conference is also about open science and innovation. So what is my point? That open access is only one pillar of open science, which is bigger concept. And right now we are focusing on open access, open data, but we have also open metrics, etc. And yeah, if we look at the pillars and if we look behind them, we can see that there is a huge work stream within open science. And yeah, it's actually 30 more topics hidden there. And if you open science taxonomy, you will see the whole universe there. Yeah, so this is like a very small element with open access. We started with it 20 years ago. We started discussing about it. Then we developed new ideas, and we are going further this way. But I think for now it's like, yeah, we have we are seeing the dots here. We know about open access. We are thinking about open data more and more. We are now discussing open reviews, for example, as a new concept. But where will we land up with this journey? I think we don't know right now. So this is like work in progress all the time for the whole research community. Yeah, so thank you very much.
Дякую дуже, пані Пауло, за вашу презентацію. Також дякую за підтримку
Thank you, Paula, for this,
в цей час для наших науковців.
Appreciate your support.
Дякую, що поділилися вашими даними. На жаль, не маємо часу для запитань. Я впевнена, вони будуть, тому будемо комунікувати з вами через електронну пошту.
So we're going to keep in touch with you over the email.
Дякую, і ми рухаємося далі.
So we can carry on.
Сабіна?
Thank you for this panel and all of the presenters who spoke here. There have been interest in presentations, a lot of interest in information about the projects that are done by researchers abroad. Also, thanks to Elsevier for sharing your updates with the Ukrainian scientists. And with this, we're supposed to start the next panel. It's about open data and reproducibility of research outcomes. Sofia Zherebchuk will run this panel. She's with the State Science and Technology Library of Ukraine, and she will moderate this panel. So, Sofia, you're welcome, and let's carry on. All of the panelists are welcome to join it now. Hello. The previous panel has slightly overrun, so with this, I would like to turn over to Lambert Geller, who runs the Open Science Lab in the National Science and Technology German Library.
Sorry, let's check this. Do you hear me now? Can you hear me? Oh. I'm sorry. You can't hear me, right? Yeah, you can hear me? Oh, thanks a lot. Okay, sorry for that. So here we go. So yes, as was already announced, I'm speaking from Hanover in Germany here, and I work at the TIB, which many of you will already know, since Christian Hauschke already gave a talk here. And I will focus on another area of the activity of our team, the Open Science Lab, which within TIB. Let me very quickly first wrap up what TIB is, just to make sure we are here on the same page. So the TIB is in the German research system in some way complicated because we are a library and more than that, research infrastructure service provider and a research institution at the same time. So we have somewhat longer tradition. As you can see, we are founded in 1959. and we are part of the Leibniz Association in Germany. And we are also University of Hannover's University Library. And as you would expect from a research institution, we have a huge research department, research and development department. And we try every time to come up with new services and better services. So for instance, you might have heard about TIB's AV portal, a YouTube for research in a way. And you probably also have heard from Christian Hauschke about Vivo. And you might know that DataSite came up originally as an initiative from the University of California, TIB, and others. So without further ado, let me dive into my topic here today, the Open Science Lab. What does it mean? What does it take to run an Open Science Lab? So we started as a group within the Research and Development Department of TIB almost 10 years ago. And the general idea and the reason why we call it Open Science Lab is that we are interested in helping research, but also cultural heritage institutions, so libraries, galleries, museums, archives, and so on, to make use of the open web in order to share what they have, what they can provide to the public. And we like to explore novel methods, but always in terms of coming up with practical solutions. And we like to do this in partnerships. So we have multiple grant-funded projects, both on a national and international level. And so the idea is not to do research as an end on its own, or because it's an advancement of your academic career, but to really to be close to the actual solution and to work together with the communities for whom this is important. So those of you who listened to Christian's presentation he gave earlier, you will easily see the connection here, right? So we work with research institutions, in Christian's case, to find solutions involving open research information things, right? So, and we developed within the Open Science Lab, which by now has more than 20 colleagues, certain clusters like the one of Christian Hauschke I already mentioned. Then additionally, Ina Blümel, who originally started Open Science Lab with me, together with me 10 years ago. She's a professor also at University of Applied Science in Hanover, and she's running a cluster around open GLAM, as we say, so galleries, libraries, archive, museums. And then we have a third thing that I want to focus on today in this presentation, which is what we call peer-to-peer learning. And peer-to-peer learning means that also in research, it's a huge benefit if we allow people who are on the same level, so to say, to learn from each other, to learn among equals. And there are certain mechanisms we know for that we cultivate and developed and that we applied multiple times. And I will tell you a little bit about this now. So one thing is we co-created and run with Ina Blümel mostly the Fellowship on Open Knowledge, together or funded by Wikimedia Germany, Stifterverband, and Volkswagen Stiftung. This was a program that is similar to research data stewardship programs. You probably heard about them. So they became popular only a few years ago in the Netherlands. We have some of them also now in Germany. And it's like an approach to allow people to step up in their own fields, mostly early career researchers, and tell other people how they do apply open science approaches and sustainable research data approaches within their own research. Yeah? And this is super interesting because you come into corners where maybe research data approaches are not as popular yet than in other fields. And you have also a network effect. So you offer like meetings, mentorship for these stewards, or in our case, fellows. And this is really a very sustainable and clever way to learn about open science from our experience here. So this exact program closed last year, but we are certain that we will contribute to similar programs in the future, because we are pretty sure that this is worthwhile. Let me give you another example. Also from peer-to-peer learning, and that is hackathons. Certainly you all in some way or the other heard about hackathons. So just this week, we finished our by now last hackathon, which was a Creating New Dimensions hackathon. And this is something we ran together with several of the German NFDIs. So in Germany, there's a government-funded structure called National Research Data Infrastructures, or in German, NFDI for short. And we agreed among some of those NFDIs that across their research areas, we have something in common. And that is, in this case, three-dimensional data. So we asked research institutions, but also cultural heritage institutions, to provide openly licensed data sets that are somehow 3D, like CT scans, like stereoscopic photos, and so on. And then we invited hackers, creative people, programmers, researchers, mostly young people again, to come together for a weekend and to come up with creative ideas and solutions to do something novel with this data. And they were really invited, and there were no like assumptions on what they should do, but instead they could do everything they like to. And this Monday at the Museum for Natural History in Berlin, famous museum, research museum in Germany, we had the prizes and the final ceremony of that hackathon, and it was really impressive. You can hardly imagine the level of skill and ideas that has gone into the project. I really invite you to have a closer look at the project website. So, and let me again make sure that we are on the same page here. So we have by now in Germany official curricula who take into account things like research data, that's for sure. But when you compare what happens at a hackathon, it is in no way comparable, because in terms of being up to date and what you can do with data, in terms of agile collaboration that is necessary to get your project awarded in the hackathon, in terms of incentivization, yeah, to have this nice experience of the competition and the open hackathon weekends, and in terms of involvement of real wildly mixed data from the brown field of research and cultural heritage, this is really unique. And we should really make use of it very, very consciously as a tool, as a platform for learning to take place, for allow people to learn about research data and what to do with it. And this will certainly not be the least bigger hackathon run by the NFDIs in Germany, that's for sure. That was just a start. So for instance, we learned that we must be better at involving the original university programs. So we need, at a very early preparation stage of the hackathon, make sure that they learn about the hackathon, and that the student groups from universities who learn about this anyway in their official curriculum are also invited there, right? That we connect the worlds. So, and then one final example, which I would like to have little bit a deeper look here are book sprints. This might not be so obvious. So you know that within the larger book market, textbooks or handbooks are huge. And yet, at the same time, we do not hear much yet in terms of open access books in these fields. So not speaking here about PhD theses also. They are sometimes open access already. But textbooks and handbooks are not very often open yet, or as the UNESCO would call it, open educational resources, OER, which is somehow slightly different from open access classical. So what we do in practical terms, and you can see this from the example photo on the right-hand side of the slide, we guided multiple experts group through the rapid production of high-quality textbooks. And this a method that we apply here, we call it book sprints. And the idea is to have ultimately the book living as a structured text on a Git repository, where everyone can see it and everyone can see how it evolves, how it maybe get enhancements or translations as a living book, so to say, and where people are actually invited to take parts of the book and to use them in their context. Everything is openly licensed. Everything is processed like it would be an open source software sitting on a GitHub repository or so. And also what we apply here is the experience from Wikipedia. So we have this invited closed group of experts. But within that expert group, the contributors are equal and are invited to collaborate closely on everything. So like there's a collective responsibility for the book as a whole, and they feel it. And it contributes to the agile development of the book. So we make sure that all of the book is homogeneous and everything is on the same high quality level. And yeah, that's what we do. And here you have a quick deep dive into the method. You can maybe have at least a glance at this, or have a closer look on that blog posting from Helene Brinken and me from a few years ago. So this is all about setting up a book project in a proper way. So to scope really what should be covered, what are the audiences that you have in mind. And certainly you will have to have good funding for making sure that the book receives a good review, a good design, additional multimedia pieces and so on. And then you have to be very careful about selecting the experts that you invite to collaborate on the book. Then you have the actual sprint event, which only takes 3 or 5 days or so, where you collaboratively write on the book. And then you have like the time after the book sprint where things go on, things can still be contributed and so on. So, and one last thought about book sprints. So I think that the traditional book production process is for our times and days much too slow and transparent. It's mostly behind paywalls, and it doesn't favor updates. Essentially, it's broken. And on the other hand, you have experts communities that can use tools and methods that are already available, like the open source software and approaches I mentioned, the book sprint methods and other things. And it's worthwhile to consider when you do your next handbook or textbook, if you try this approach. So with a completely shared responsibility and collective ownership, like in a proper open source software project. And as a byproduct, you get more than a book. You get capability building, how Helen Beetham and Lou McGill called it. So you have like a contributor community that learns how they can take over responsibility and do something in the with digital tools. Yeah, that's mostly it. I try to be quick and short. Maybe we can have questions and answers afterwards. Otherwise, get in contact anytime. You know how to reach TIB, and yeah, happy to hear from you and your questions. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Just a second, let me see. Will you share the presentation with us in open access? That's a question from the participants. We can see the URL link, so we'd like to look into your presentation.
Oh, sorry. May I answer very quickly, directly on this? Yeah, so yes, I'm happy to share this. And I guess Sabina already has a link. And Sabina, feel free, please, to share the link. And
Okay, so let's move on further. Sergei Florov, representing Physics and Astronomy Department, Pittsburgh University. I'm originally from Zaporizhia, but I have been living abroad since I've been a child, so it's hard for me to speak the language, so I'll switch back to English.
Ми вас не чуємо в українському каналі. Будь ласка, оберіть мовний канал. Якщо ви ведете доповідь українською, будь ласка, перейдіть.
Yeah, so I was just saying that I am Ukrainian. I left as a child and unfortunately cannot carry a very specialized discussion like about physics in Ukrainian. So if that's okay, I will carry on in English. So I can stay in this channel in that case. I guess so. Okay, well, I'm really truly honored to be here. This is the first slide that I've been using since February, since the full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and it's just a frozen moment in time that I will not change until the ultimate victory of Ukraine. It shows an Institute of Physics and Technology in Kiev that in Kharkiv that received some damage, and also displays an article that I learned a great deal from, also from Kharkiv, from another institute. Of course, when I look at this, I think about my own beautiful laboratory in the United States at the University of Pittsburgh, and can't help but think about how much we can, take for granted the peace and prosperity. Different from many other speakers, I am representing just myself and perhaps my university. I am a physicist. I do research in physics, and my talk here is because I have gone through and still in the middle of a large ordeal, kind of an investigation, which you can use as an example, as a case study for the need for open science and the methods of open science. And perhaps for the Ukrainian community, you can, get informed from this by how, when you build and rebuild Ukrainian science, what should be the best practices going forward. My research is in quantum physics, quantum computing, perhaps, and the machines you see here are low temperature cryogenic equipment. Let me tell you what kind of science we are after, because it will be relevant. So it goes back to the foundations of quantum theory of almost 190 years ago. This brilliant Italian theoretician, Ettore Majorana, came up with an amazing hypothetical quantum particle, which is its own antiparticle. And there's been various efforts to identify this object. Yes. Yeah, so it's a fascinating field of study. And about 10 years ago, I was part of the team at the time in the Netherlands, where we spotted some evidence, so some signatures of this effect. So if you read on the bottom here, and Vincent Maurik is my partner in these investigations, we published this article for which we became extremely famous. Around the world, you can see all this publicity that this work and the follow-ups of this work have received. We used this kind of a nanowire, nanoscale, a very small device to measure it at low temperatures and find some evidence for this. And if you look at the Web of Science and type in MARYNA, you can see kind of an explosive development right around this time. So this is just sort of a background signal, and then this huge growth. And this is actually our experiment right here. It's a very interesting and long discussion that I cannot have here in full, but a couple years later, there was another experiment that made us think that maybe we actually did not make this discovery. There was an alternative explanation for everything that we observed. So that was a very interesting development. And so there was a scientific discussion going on. However, another couple years later, this huge company, Microsoft, essentially bought my original group in the Netherlands, hired them, and declared that they will build a commercial product, a quantum computer based on our work. And that, I guess, created a lot of pressure. So while the scientific debate shifted to, well, maybe this discovery has not been made, these other people kept publishing works where they made claims that, yes, it is getting better and better and better. So, me and Vincent, the two friends from PhD times, asked for data. We asked them to share with us more data than what they published. And long story short, this is the result. So far, the investigation is still ongoing, but you can see these two retractions, one expression of concern, which is a very big step by an editor. And, note the journals. These are the cream of the crop of the publish of the scientific world.
Я уже забыл. Кто-то так слышал. Не нервничай, нервы мне свое показывают. Без тебя еще тоже. Еще я твоих нерв не видел.
Okay, somebody needs to be muted over there. Yeah, it's a very nervous, actually, topic. Right. Let me explain to you in one slide what actually happened, what we found. So look at this data. The orange trace is what was in the Nature paper. And when we asked for additional data, the full data is this orange plus blue. And the paper had an explicit statement that the signal does not cross this red dashed line. It just does not. And that's very important for the claim that they made in the paper. However, right at the boundary where they cut off the data, when they hit the data, right at that boundary, the signal goes up and reaches quite a high level, about 1.5 times the level that they claimed it never exceeded in their work, right? So by demanding additional data, by receiving additional data, we could directly disprove the claim made in this Nature paper, and that led to retraction of this paper. So this is, you can say this is a success, but I want to share with you how difficult it was. I have prepared 3 challenges that I want to share. So first challenge is, it is extremely time consuming. The journals, the institutions, the authors, there aren't any procedures for verifying, for challenging this work. Essentially, there's no quality control at the journals. Once it's published, it's extremely hard to, to question it, to revise it. And so here you can see on the slide the timeline for just this one paper, which was the first paper that got retracted. And you can see how long it took. And by the way, the substantive scientific part is just a couple of months up here. When we asked for data, we actually got a little bit of data and we found the errors. And so at that point, you would expect, you would hope, well, the process, the system takes it from there. And unfortunately, even in the most progressive countries, such as the Netherlands, the United States, the UK, these procedures are simply not there. So going forward, this needs to be obviously improved. Second problem is, of course, well, oftentimes when there is one paper, there's more problems. And so we asked for data from a whole bunch of papers, a whole list that you can see here on the left. And you can see when we asked for data, these are the dates. And basically the status is unchanged compared to this table. We received a little bit here and there, and we made some criticisms. We suggested some retractions. But in some cases, we were simply denied any data. And in some cases, we were promised, but effectively denied. So it was not shared. And this is, of course, in contrast with what people would tell you if you ask them, well, how long would it take you to prepare data if people ask for it? So, a couple of weeks, a month, this is what people say. Of course, this is from my Twitter, and my audience is perhaps biased more towards open science, towards those kinds of principles, and they're more willing to share data. But this was a second challenge. And the third challenge is, as a practicing scientist with a big laboratory, I could carry out my own reproduction studies, and I do. These are all the papers from my group where we did perform reproduction studies, but it's extremely expensive, not to mention time. Each takes months, if not years, but basically ballpark for our kind of research, each paper is $100,000. So what you're looking at this screen is $500,000, and the bill is actually growing. And this is just to reproduce and verify other people's work. And all of these papers came with their own negative reproduction studies. We were unable to verify the conclusions in the papers published in journals such as Nature and Science and so on. So this is my lived experience as a scientist in my field, which is very hot and very hyped and famous, but also very interesting. And what did I learn? What did I learn from this experience? This is what I learned. This is a graphic representation of what I learned. The first thing I learned is kind of the emperor has no clothes, right? We have Holy Karol. The emperor has no clothes. At Science and Nature, there's no quality control. The quality of peer review is not exceptional. It has the same problems as in any other journal. The quality of editorial work is low. There is it's very difficult to revise what's been published. And so basically you are praying to this God that is a fake idol, right? Basically they have the impact factor, but once you know the game, and I have a number of Nature and Science papers myself, once you're in, and basically, after that. So, but the good news is, and in this conference, we also heard, there is everything you need. All the tools have been developed to do it in a better way. And so we all already heard about Zenodo and Archive in this conference. And SciPost is just the kind of an overlay journal, also from the Netherlands, from the same place, from the Netherlands, made by physicists again. And this is what we basically use now. So I just wanted to promote this a little bit because, look, this is a submission page. It's just a link from Archive that you give them. And this is where the data is for this paper. And these are the reports. Reports are open. You can read them, which is amazing, right? So the quality control, the open data is all here. Some of the reports are even signed by our colleagues. I'm very grateful to them, but they can also remain anonymous. And I'm also proud to report that our university has become a sponsor of this journal. And there is still work to do to improve this process, but this is definitely a lot better. So to wrap up, you know, this is like preaching to the choir, but, you know, why do we call this science? This is a torture. This is a terrible process with all these secret peer review and impact factors and not sharing of the data. We should simply call this science, right? And this is not open science. This is just simply science. This is what I think. And finally, because I'm one of the only few speakers from the United States, I wanted to make a little comment, not on behalf of the United States, but from the United States, as I experience it now. United States is kind of slower than Europe in embracing open science. And this has to do with how the government is organized, I think, in the United States, but it's definitely moving in the same direction. And I think once the political decisions are made, United States can move very fast. And I want to make this statement even more general. You know, this conference is about open science, but it's also about science. And I am very passionate and looking for ways to support and collaborate with Ukrainian scientists now in Ukraine, because there's been already quite a bit of support for fellowships and scholarships for people who had to flee Ukraine temporarily. But going forward and thinking about the future, and here in the United States, we have the same problem here. So for instance, we may have the money, but we lack the mechanism to transfer the money to Ukraine. There are certain mechanisms like CRDF and STCU, which work with sort of the larger programs, but we're building something at perhaps one university scale, collaborating with universities in Ukraine. And this work is ongoing, and I hope to have good news soon. Thank you so much for attention.
Thank you, Sergey, for this talk. So I cannot see any particular questions for Sergey. Okay, we're going to have the next presenter, Paulina Ariza, representing ORCID.
Hi, everyone. So I assume now my presentation should be working. It's loading. It's there. Perfect. So first of all, I also would like to thank you all for the invitation and also for this and for the participation in this panel. I was basically amazed by Sergey's presentation right before mine, because I'm a physicist also. So I was very happy to see how open science and open data is moving in the physical field as well. As already introduced, my name is Marina Raiza, and I currently work as an engagement manager for global consortia at ORCID. And it was a pleasure to work with the Ukrainian consortium since April this year, if I'm not wrong, and very happy to support them with the process. And my contribution today is a bit more about explaining how ORCID contributes to the open metadata ecosystem. So first of all, what we are covering now in this talk is the letter O in ORCID, which stands for open. Then, of course, the public data file, ORCID, and the FAIR principles, and at the very end, the trust markers. As you know, and as I just mentioned, the O in ORCID stands for open. And this means that ORCID is free for end users, so for researchers. There should be no barrier to use an ORCID ID as a researcher. It should be democratic in the sense that how we operate and how the governance is open to all ORCID members. transparent in what we do, and also providing the core and code behind ORCID as open source. You can read more on that in a blog post that was published in 2012 at the very beginning of ORCID career or story. So the link is down in the footnote. But thinking on how that has developed, ORCID was built from the ground up to be open and trustworthy in the research infrastructure. So we have three main values: open, inclusive, and trust. And this is a combination between the technical construct, so what we can think about open source software, open public API, open public data file, open sandbox as a testing environment, the product roadmap, which is open for feedback and contribution from the community, regardless if you're a researcher or if you're a ORCID member as an institution, and open to support PEATs adopted by our members. So in fact, and for example, thinking of one of the latest updates of this list of PEATs was the inclusion of Culture Graph, which is an ID that is going to be used by the German National Library, and also ROR as an identifier for organizations. And in fact, we have in this panel, in two presentations, I guess, also a presentation about ROR. And then the part about the social construct, which is the funding principles and values, the commitment to researcher control. So researchers should be always in the middle of what we do. The equitable and sustainable business model, considering different regions of the world and sizes of organizations. And then the membership organization open to all, and the continuous community engagement and dialogue that we do through our open calls with members and also through the product roadmap. And then if you are wondering how all these structures in the ORCID services or what we offer, then you probably are familiar or beginning to get familiar with the ORCID ID, that code that identifies researchers persistently. So the PEAT for people that we normally say, the persistent identifier for people. And this goes together with what we call the ORCID record, which contains the data that is related to that person, the data related to publications or other research outputs, affiliations, peer reviews, research resources they use for in order to carry on science and education and other type of affiliations as well. But then we have the application programming interfaces, which basically enable organizations such as institutions, publishers, or funders to gather data from ORCID, to read that data. And also they can contribute back to the ORCID record, connecting those systems. And then, of course, we expect organizations, publishers, and funders to also communicate information among them or between them. And the most important part is that this can be done through the help of persistent identifiers, also known as PEATs. And this is why we normally, when we speak about open infrastructure and the connections between researchers, institutions, and research outputs and funding, we speak about the connections between PEATs. And then we have the PEATs for researchers, such as ORCID, PEATs for organizations, such as ROR, PEATs for research outputs such as Handle, DOI, and others, and then PEATs for both funders and funding or grants, such as grants DOI or FundRev IDs. And then all this data can be under the researcher control set as public, trust parties, so with limited access, or private. And I need to say that a part of big proportion of that data, actually close to 90%, is public, because at the end, this also contributes to the visibility of the research performed by a determined researcher. And this is why once a year, ORCID offers to the community the public data file, which is all the public data that is available in the registry, open to all, open to every single organization or researcher that would like to use it. And in fact, if you go to the ORCID blog, you will see a couple of examples of other years of organizations such as Open Air using the public data file, but also individual researchers in order to analyze research clusters or collaboration networks. And you have all the links here down below. The file is available under CC0 and in the format XML, and also with the possibility of converting it into JSON in order to better operate with it. And just as a reference, last year's public data file, so the public data file for 2021 had almost 14,500 downloads, which is a lot, which means also that the community is using that data in order to enrich their own metadata as well. And then I mentioned before those connections between persistent identifiers. And this at the end is also a key factor of FAIR principles. And in fact, when we speak about FAIR principles, we normally speak about identifiers and how we better identify that data. That metadata, and that infrastructure, I need to say that. So you probably are familiar already after these 2 days conference with the FAIR principles, standing for findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And also we analyzed and wrote about the contribution of ORCID'S to that ecosystem of FAIR data. And when it comes to findable, of course, for people, the ORCID ID is the core ORCID service. And then it goes together with other rich metadata containing other resolvable PIDs. And then we have the registry that can and is fully searchable. Accessible in the sense that the ORCID IDs are expressed natively as resolvable HTTPS URIs. The data, as I mentioned before, is available in XML and JSON, and as well via web protocol in HTTPS. Then interoperable, we use community developed taxonomies such as the credits roles in order to contribute, in order to recognize different contributions. And the data model is expressed in XCD schema. And we also have the interrelation with other identifiers. And last, reusable. I have just mentioned the public data file that is available under CC0 public domain, and then also the implementation of trust markers and the idea of community governed, which involves all the processes that we do at ORCID and how we continue working with the community in order to develop an identifier that is usable for them. And to mention the trust markers. So as you know, member organizations can write and validate data to ORCID records, and always with researchers' permission. So as I mentioned before, the researcher is always in the middle and needs to express their consent in order to authorize any type of data update or data export to their own record. As you can see here, when an organization adds data to the ORCID registry, then the source will appear to be the name of the organization. So we have there an employment added by the New York University or a education added by the University of Georgia. And this source guarantees the provenance of the data. and shows that this data was added by an ORCID member organization. So at the end, this is also a way to guarantee trust, and this is why we add them and we call them trust markers. The same can be seen here for other type of entries. So we have right in the middle of the screen also an employment, in this case added by the Jordanian Open Innovation Platform, directed by the Higher Council for Science and Technology in Jordan. Then we have also a supervised student publication, which is the contribution of a PhD supervisor to the PhD thesis, added by the KAUST, which is a South Arabian organization. And then we also have a journal article added by the same Jordanian institution as in the middle. And you see here the source of those IDs and also a link to the different work types that can be added to ORCID. And all of them are added by an organization, these three entries, which guarantees also their provenance. And that said, I thank you all very much for listening and for being here on a Friday afternoon. And I'm open for questions. And also you can contact me in that email address or Twitter in the bottom. Many thanks.
Thank you for working with the Science and Technology Laboratory of Ukraine. So I'm looking at the chat and I didn't see questions. But if there are questions for you, I'm going to send them to you.
Perfect.
So with this, we're going to have it from Dominic Faris. Sorry, we have launched their own presentation. So Alexander Struzhak will speak in the meanwhile, Deputy Director of the National Center of Academy of Science. Alexander, let's have it from you, and we'll find the right presentation afterwards. Thank you. Hello and welcome, everybody. Hello, everybody. Hello to the scientific community for taking part in this event. Ukraine is moving towards what is called the civilized world, and we have to integrate our research space with yours, and we have to work with the world scientific brands and laboratories, the ones that gain particular research results. There is a lot of that happening in the world, and we have to become a part of that process. I'll speak about certain technology proposals, ways of interacting with the research resources, which can be found in certain repositories and databases of publications. This allows us to see some research reports, and we can consolidate cooperation with other countries. When people got civilized, they started doing research. Maybe they did the research even earlier, but this time people have been able to speak about that and interact with each other. And this allowed them to develop scientific platforms and technology platforms. And that's how the civilized world has been built. We still use certain narratives from Archimedes, which lived a long while ago. But this thing allows us to keep communicating and, you know, all of the products that are available right now. And they are represented through certain narratives. There are certain research trends we can speak about. Maybe they're not obvious to everybody, but the leading research editions publish that, and that's how they end up in their respective quartile. Other editions can reflect significant developments and results for global science. And that opens up a certain knowledge space, which should be managed somehow. If it's a megacentric environment, then certain actors can take over certain functions, and that determines particular lines of science and technology development. And there is one thing that is still missing in many repositories, and we understand why. The technology platforms do not allow to do everything. Cognitive information technologies are out there. And that allows the research to happen. So we use certain classification notions to do research, and then we think of the analysis of certain contents. We select things that are of interest to us, semantic material, and then we synthesize new knowledge systems, which are a paradigm for research activity. So there's a cluster-based approach, which is about using narratives, scientific narratives, which pile up over time. And they can be seen in various formats, databases, publications, and repositories. In order to interact with the narratives, we have to use a taxonomy. In this format, it allows to reflect a certain system, no matter how complicated it is. There are all the new notions and processes in the system which reflect particular outcomes. If you look at the entire set of information resources, it is safe to say that all of these publications and narratives can be presented in one big narrative, which pulls together various notions And every researcher can operate in the open science space, and they can put these narratives in the particular order based on the interest they have determined for themselves. While interacting with these information resources, there are cognitive communicative acts in the course of this discourse, which reflect the ideas of the researcher. And then they have to interact with other things which determine the narrative discourse, in which case I do not use monographous articles, but I use contexts which reflect particular objects and processes that are of interest to me and will help me do my research. I use references, names of authors, and other things like that. On the internet, we can see a lot of things indicating achievements of modern science. So in certain contexts, we can see particular challenges. So those can be the things that should be researched into. There might be some new notions in them. We can look at this through the information resources, and then we could see some uncertainties, which means that our system of notions allow us to interpret the picture of the world, but some parts in it are missing. So you feel like adding something to your system of knowledge, and you want to share it with the rest of the research community. So these uncertainties lead to open taxonomies. And that leads to the consolidated interaction of narratives between themselves in the digital space. And that reflects achievements of modern science. Ontology can be a way of reflecting particular systems of knowledge. This allows me to understand the structural components. Every researcher has got a certain classification scheme of research in a particular subject area. Sometimes you get interdisciplinary research, chemical, physical types of research. And they cover various thematic areas of knowledge. This allows to create an environment for researchers based on classification taxonomies, which pulls together linguistic activities as people try to identify certain processes and semantic fields. And these cognitive procedures allow for the search, and you can find the solutions that can help achieve the logical conclusion of your research. So you're oriented towards semantic rules and bases, and this taxonomy format offers multiple options. There can be a constructive interaction with the large volumes of information. It can reflect the aggregation of narratives and knowledge systems. And at the end of the day, it helps determine particular ways of conducting a research. I'd like to show you how it works. So we found a solution of a kind. It's about interacting with the European and global databases. There is a set of publications, hundreds of thousands of them. There are certain classification schemes allowing you to search for the publications of interest to you. But the researcher is mostly interested in the articles which can confirm their research. This is medical pharmacology kind of thing. So it's chemistry and medical technologies. In these methodologies, they can use certain chemical compounds. If I'm interested in that, I want to find out more about this quickly. So what you gotta do is this: you determine the taxonomy of your interest. So you indicate what you're interested in this particular subject. Let's look at the administration of the American White House. So let's see what they're interested in terms of addressing COVID problem. So we take this as a basis and then we run it through the system. And in the text format, you determine your problem. And then you get the cognitive services coming up in the transdisciplinary cluster. And it chooses a certain aggregation for you. All of these articles have some latent links and ties. You cannot see them, but the system can see them and track them, allowing you to narrow down the search of what you want to find. And if you find an interesting piece, it is relevant to you. And then you can build a taxonomy on your own. And then there's going to be an attractor which collects scientific contexts in the digital space. And it helps you use them, and it offers certain explanations on the issue you're interested to address. So you build your own taxonomy space, and that allows you to do the aggregation in the diversity of scientific publications that have been there. You have to correctly use the indices. In order to confirm the scientific capacities, you can use this thing, but there are other options. There are other top-level publishers which are not included in this process. A reference to them determines their authority. One more thing is the interaction with monographs. There's an example from the economic science. Cognitive services in English is a quasi-dialogue with the resource. So I can put in particular questions and the system will choose the context for me out of a wide range of publications. And then it gives me an idea, like in this way, there have been certain achievements and in that one, there is none. And I can be focused on particular types of research in economics, or there are emerging digital technologies which expedite this type of science. You can organize your own clusters. We have a technology solution in order to help you find the things you cannot see, but the system can find them, identify them, and can show it to you. And this is something that can help in the sector of science and education. Knowledge is power, and we have to keep multiplying it. Thank you. Thank you, Alexander. So let's have it from Dominic Ferraz. You're welcome.
Of published research data focuses primarily on survey data, interviews, bibliographic data, and use statistics. Currently, GREYNET has 52 published data sets in the DANS-EASY archive, of which 20 are accompanied by a data paper. In 2014, the FAIR data principles were formulated and first appeared published in 2016. They refer to research data that is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. These principles, as they apply to research data, have given further impulse to GREYNET'S Enhanced Publications project, which is now considered a sustained program embedded in GREYNET'S workflow. The challenge, then, is to demonstrate how these four principles are implemented as they apply to GREYNET'S published research data in the DANS-EASY archive. In 2017, GREYNET introduced the data paper as a means of implementing FAIR principles and as a tool in publishing GREYNET'S research data. In so doing, a new Grey Literature document type came to expand GREYNET'S publication trail, both in textual and non-textual formats. While metadata is already assigned data sets that are archived and published in DANS-EASY, the metadata included in the data paper is further detailed, providing technical aspects that deal with the methods applied in capturing the data, the further description of the data set, onto a statement as to its potential reuse for research, education, and training. Alongside standard metadata, the data paper seeks to include actionable persistent identifiers, the PIDs. Emphasis here lies in the fact that the PIDs are linked metadata providing immediate access to resources. These are namely the DOI, assigned the data set, the ORCID, acquired by the various types of contributors, and the ROR ID that identifies the research organizations of the contributors. Owing to the inclusion of these various types of PIDs, the data paper contributes to the further construction of the PID graph. The PID graph links persistent identifiers together via relations in their shared metadata, which enables the discovery of connections at least 2 nodes away. Using the PID graph makes it easier to describe complex use cases and relationships. It opens to new and further research via digital interoperable hyperlinks. The illustration on the left side of the slide indicates that the conference paper published in the Grey Guide repository carries a DOI assigned by GREYNET. The research data associated with the conference paper is published in the DANS EASY archive, to which a DOI is assigned. And the video presentation of the conference paper, published in the TIB AV portal, carries its assigned DOI. These 3 DOIs allow for the cross-linking by DataSite Commons, which provides a single search interface. If we look to the illustration on the right side of the slide, we encounter the working of the PID graph, in which the circles are referred to as nodes and the lines connecting them as edges. Starting in the center of this graph, the node in green stands for the ROR ID of an organization. The surrounding concentric circle is formed by DOIs in blue assigned to conference papers relating to that organization. And in the outer concentric circle is formed by ORCID'S in red, representing the authors and researchers responsible for the content in the conference papers. If we look further at the PID graph, we see on the very periphery 3 connected ROR IDs in green. These indicate that the authors to which they are linked are from organizations other than the one identified in the center of the PID graph. GREYNET'S data paper template was first drafted in 2017 and later implemented in the autumn of that year. The template was compiled from a number of existing templates and has since undergone 2 versions, each including minor revisions following upon developments in digital publishing. The template is the tool used not only to facilitate in writing a data paper, but also to guarantee a level of standardization and implementation of fair data principles. Its structure contains 5 main sections and serves researchers in their search and retrieval of relevant data sets. The first section of the template consists of in most part in providing descriptive metadata related to the authors and the data set. Sections 2 and 3 address the more technical aspects related to the data set, including the method of approach in its creation, as well as details regarding file formats, licensing, etc. The 4th section describes the potential reuse of the data as well as its limitations. And the 5th and final section provides a listing of actionable linked references. Note fields are also available in each of the 5 sections of the template, providing details and explanation. GREYNET'S use case relating to data papers focuses equally well on its publication. The completed data paper is first published as a preprint in the DANS EASY archive accompanying the published research data. The preprint is also entered in the Grey Guide, GREYNET'S web access portal and repository. The data paper is then further scheduled for publication in the Grey Journal, TGJ, which is licensed by EBSCO Publishing, and further abstracted and indexed by a number of services including Elsevier's Scopus and Clarifat. The dual channel of publication via open access and via licensing agent is not seen as a duplication, but rather as a means of making research and resources in Grey literature accessible beyond its own community of practice to wider audiences. Now, 5 years on since the publication of GREYNET'S first data paper, a commemorative issue of the Grey Journal, recently published in the autumn of this year, contains GREYNET'S complete collection of data papers. The commemorative issue seeks to publish or republish its current collection in line with the latest version of the data paper template. The issue further provides a unique resource that serves in training and education in the field of Grey literature. The collection of 20 data papers was submitted by authors from countries worldwide, covering a number of disciplines and diverse topics dealing with Grey literature, such as policy development, open access, leveraging Grey resources, digital publishing, circular economy, etc. The collection of data papers offers a variety of research methods used in creating the data sets. It addresses technical details specific to the data sets, and as mentioned earlier, limitations of the data are explicitly stated. This is characteristic of Grey literature. As with any information product or service, it is important to acquire feedback regarding their use and usage quantitatively or otherwise. Since GREYNET'S data papers are published alongside their corresponding research data in DANS EASY, monthly statistics on the downloads of the data are available. Based on recent statistics, GREYNET'S datasets housed in DANS EASY are downloaded on an average of up to 3 times as often as those datasets that do not have an accompanying data paper. Data papers that are subsequently published in the Grey Journal are included in EBSCO's quarterly statistics and are likewise based on the number of downloads in that given period. It is important to mention that GREYNET'S data papers are assigned the same DOI as the one DANS EASY assigns the data set. While this is not the case with other content providers, GREYNET considers the combined data set and data paper as an enhanced publication. While use statistics are in some way an indication of the reuse of the research data spelled out in the FAIR principles, it is by way of their actual usage through citation, referencing, and sharing of data that reuse is demonstrated. Moreover, it is via education and training in the publication of research data and data papers that the awareness of their value for Grey literature is raised. In an effort to communicate the benefits that data papers have brought to GREYNET and the potential they hold for other communities of practice in Grey literature, a series of workshops were held both in the States and in Europe. The takeaway from these workshops and trainings are here briefly summarized. Data papers ensure the implementation of the FAIR data principles. While they rely on rich metadata, it is the actionable persistent identifiers, that is the DOI, the ORCID, and the ROR ID, together with the inclusion of other linked references that establishes their interoperability. This in turn contributes to the PID graph. While the data paper template provides a much needed tool in writing the data paper, of itself, it is not the final published document. It is through the content contribution of the authors, especially in regard to the potential reuse of the research data, that the strength of the data paper is gained. While the data paper of itself allows for the findability and accessibility of the associated research data, it is by way of its publication that the promotion and subsequent feedback from references, citations, and downloads that demonstrate how they come to further scientific communication and knowledge transfer. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I appreciate the opportunity to have addressed this online forum, and I welcome any comments and recommendations you may have, be it now or later via email. If I may, on a more personal note, express my admiration of the strength and determination of the Ukrainian people now under siege.
Дякую дуже, пане Домініку, і за підтримку, і за цікаву доповідь. Ще раз перепрошуємо за
накладки. Thank you, Dominic, for support and interesting presentation. Sorry for the technical difficulty.
Thank you.
You will receive the questions, if any. I didn't see any in the chat. The next one is Tatiana Yaroshenko, the Vice President on Research in Kiev-Mohyla Academy. Hello, dear colleagues. This conference is nearing its end. I appreciate everybody who have been able to listen to all presentations. My presentation is not going to be anything particularly new. It's not going to be a piece of scientific research. This conference is happening in October. I'd like for you to make this bigger. Check out what you're showing. So it is the 20th century of open access. We recall how it was beginning and where it's at right now. There has been an ongoing discussion about who spoke about this first. Actually, it all began earlier on. So let's think of the main stages of this thing. Let's see which way is it going. And sometimes there are less than optimistic projections. Maybe it didn't start with the Budapest Initiative, but earlier than that, as a journal model came up and researchers within one geographic territory wanted to communicate quickly enough, sharing research results through the scientific research model, which is reviewed by peers and discussed by them as well. Gutenberg project came up later. It was way before the internet came up and personal computers. The Massachusetts Institute project is still there. It's got 3 million of downloads and books per year. They spoke of PKP. So that project is remarkable in terms of open access. So PKP OGS Archive 1991. The World Web came up at that point. It was not open access yet, but physicists of the world said that, okay, we don't want to wait for the journal model. We want to have a quicker information through preprints and archive. Biomed Central in 2000, Public Library of Science, 2021, 2023, 2002, 2003. Public Library of Science began the article processing charges. We discussed them a lot, and this model is still unsustainable. It is still not single. We discussed the role of open access and the Budapest Initiative, and we appreciate Open Society Institute, which promoted open society ideas. Open access philosophy is nothing new. It is based on the work of sociologists and philosophers. All of these scientific results should be available to people. Researchers have to contribute to the common cause. And that idea was supported by George Soros. This idea underpins the basics of the Open Society Institute. You can see the 13 participants in the conference, which took place in Budapest, which is why they call it the Budapest Initiative. You can see all of those guys there, which okayed this process. Peter Suber works in Harvard. So back then, these guys said, okay, we need to make science more accessible. It should not be closed. There are new technologies allow us to go in terms of open access. Everybody knows the definition of open access. Let me skip that. There are three well-known declarations in Budapest, Berlin, and Bethesda. So it's based on two principles. In order to initiate this movement, George Soros provided $3 million. So there was financial support for this. Golden OA, you all know that it works through the open access journals. There is green OA. That was the beginning of it all. In this graph, we can see how in 2005 we had 70 repositories in the world. Now it's about 60,000 across the world. Ukraine is doing pretty good in this. It has 109 up to 200 repositories, but all of those are the repositories which are in IGOR and other universities, which appeared in 2008. Let's see where we are at now. Gold, green, or in between. This rainbow has more colors. There can be all sorts of these types of access. One of them is platinum, in which case no author or institution pays for access. But there is no free lunch, and we spoke about that in various conferences. So the model is still evolving. It is still in the making. There is a directory of the OAJ. That's where Ukrainian science and journals are present. All of the NOCVAI journals are in the open access. This is the Association of Open Access Publishers, and you know about that. There are still evolving policies or mandates of open access. I remember the Ternopil Polytechnical Institute have come up with the first mandate of mandatory archiving in repositories. Let's think of the people who led the way towards open access. We need to consider science-metric requirements in Ukraine. They are related to quantitative indicators. You get 10 articles per year, and that's not all right for normal research. 10 articles per year is just a fake. It's a travesty of science. Some journals promise quick publications for money without peer review. Jeffrey Bell came up with a list of those. Aaron Schwartz has contributed a lot to the open science. It's about open data, open library. Free download of JSTOR article landed him in jail for $50 and he had to pay $1 million in fine. He committed suicide in 2013. Richard Pointner, a moderator of the global list of open access, there can be other ways of finding particular options for us. There are lots of ways in which researchers as a community could speak with each other. And delivering the articles in a particular way. Probably it's not legal, but that's one of the options. So let's see where we are at today. Is it safe to say that scholarly publishing can be seen as a sustainable model featuring well-developed technologies, in which case end users are not supposed to pay? I don't think it's like that right now. In early 2000s, many spoke about this, like in a while, all of the journals will be free and all research publications will be free of charge. This has come true by about 50%. We welcome all initiatives. COVID has affected the situation and the OA movement, in particular in biomedical research, pharmaceutical research. We can speak of preprints. There is a well-known article in Science, which should not have been missed. Over the last couple of days, we spoke about open science, open data, open research, open science, and all of these initiatives are welcome. You get different schools of thought, and there is a national plan on open science, which has been adopted recently. Let me turn to this slide and tell you this. People need to know how science gets made. we have enough research in order to assess the impact from the open science, the impact on national economy, the GDP, and so on. Most of the things related to intellectual property have not been settled yet, especially in this country. You get plagiarism, fake, and other things that they do to the data. The scientific community does all that, not just students. What can we do about protected open innovations and corporate R&D research that are paid by corporations, not the government? There have been many discussions about the civil science. Does everybody need that? Can everybody contribute to that? Can everybody contribute to physics of high energies, astronomy, biology, biomedicine, and so on? In 2010, there was one publication suggesting that we spend too much time doing bad research, low quality research, and experiments. Maybe we have to fix it somehow. Nobody wants to spend enough time to reproduce all of the research. It is just too much of that. So anyway, we have to be thinking of a way out of this. We need to find ways of addressing these challenges. Let's keep building open science in this country, and let's keep building open society. Thank you for your attention. There is one more presentation to go, which is just as important. Thank you all for your attention. Thank you, Tatiana, for this interesting talk. Our next panelist is Maria Gould, Manager of Research Data. She runs the project on ROR in California Digital Library.
Hello, everyone. I'm very honored and excited to be here today. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this event. Today, I'm going to talk about the Research Organization Registry, which is also known as ROR, like the sound that the lion makes. And I'll be talking about ROR and its work to provide open, persistent identifiers for affiliations. So in my talk today, I will explain what ROR is. I will talk about what ROR does and how you can use ROR and get involved in this initiative. So let's start with the question, what is ROR? ROR is a global registry of open persistent identifiers for research organizations. I'm showing here on the screen an example of the ROR ID and metadata record for the State Scientific and Technical Library of Ukraine. If anyone is interested at any point, you can go to ror.org/search and see the kinds of records that we have in the registry. The registry right now includes unique identifiers and metadata for about 103,000 organizations around the world. I'm proud to say that this includes 460 records in the registry for organizations that are based in Ukraine. And I would also like to acknowledge that I'm showing examples today of the records that we have for these Ukrainian organizations. I understand that given the current situation and the current crisis that many organizations are going through unfortunate changes, and talk a little bit later on about our work to ensure that we keep the registry data accurate and up to date and how we work with community stakeholders to do that. So we have 103,000 IDs and metadata records in the registry right now. And in addition to the ROR ID, the metadata that we have includes names in different languages. So every organization can have different names in different languages and different versions of the name. We also capture relationships between organizations, and we include crosswalks to other identifiers to support interoperability. So you might be wondering about the scope of ROR and what is included in the registry. And so I would just like to explain what we mean by research organization. And that is really any organization that is involved in research in some way. In many cases, that means organizations that are producing research, but it also includes organizations that are supporting or sponsoring research, organizations that facilitate or support research in some way, and organizations that are publishing research and also employing researchers. So we have a pretty expansive definition of what it means to be a research organization. But the other important thing to mention about the scope and focus of ROR is that we are really focused on identifying what we call a top-level affiliation. And so that is the standalone independent organizational affiliation that researchers might use when they're publishing an article, because what ROR is really focused on is being able to identify the research organizations or institutions that are involved in research and to be able to connect them to research outputs and to researchers. So our scope is on research organizations and on identifying what we call those top-level affiliations. Now, one of ROR's main goals is to be a truly open and global registry that anyone can access and use. And so all of the registry data is available under a CC0 waiver, which means that there are absolutely no restrictions on usage. We also want to make sure that the registry data is usable and accessible by both humans and machines. So therefore, we make the registry data available in multiple ways, and that includes the search interface, which I linked to earlier and which I'm showing on the slides. We also have the data available via a REST API, and we make it available as a public data file or data dump that anyone can download from Zenodo. And we update the registry on a rolling basis. And right now we are publishing new registry updates approximately once a month. All of the additions and changes to the registry are coordinated through an open curation process that is based on community feedback. And I'm showing on this slide a screenshot of the public GitHub repository that we use to triage community feedback and then process those changes to be incorporated into ROR. Lastly, I want to underscore that not only is ROR's openness one of its key values, but also the fact that it is community driven. So ROR is operated as a collaborative initiative by 3 organizations, California Digital Library, Crossref, and DataCite. And we do this in conjunction with a broad network of community stakeholders and advisors. So just to recap this section on what is ROR. ROR is an open registry of persistent identifiers for research organizations. ROR is focused on capturing top-level affiliations for research outputs, and ROR is operated as a community-driven initiative. So now I'd like to talk a little bit about what ROR does. So as I explained earlier, the main function that ROR provides is to offer a unique and persistent ROR ID for a research organization. And that's important because we know that many organizations might have the same name or similar names, and it's important to be able to disambiguate them so that when we are trying to identify research outputs associated with a specific institution, we can get clean and accurate data. So one of the key functions that the ROR ID does is to be able to differentiate and disambiguate between institutions with similar names. And in a similar vein, what's also useful and important about a ROR ID is that the ID is persistent. It stays the same even if an organization name changes over time. This is actually one of the most frequent things that we are doing with the registry curation right now, is that many organizations are changing their names or updating their names quite frequently. And so we want to make sure that the registry data is accurate and up to date. So we make sure that those changes are incorporated into ROR. But as we make those changes to the metadata in ROR, the ROR ID always changes. And so it's very important that the ROR ID is referenced so that we can consistently find information about that institution, even if the organization name has changed. So I would like to talk now about how ROR is more than an identifier. So of course, the key purpose of the registry is to provide these unique identifiers, but the real value and power of ROR is how it can be integrated into research workflows and research infrastructure. And we've seen in the prior presentations today some examples of PID graphs and knowledge graphs, and all of that really depends on having open and usable and interoperable identifiers and metadata to be able to make these connections. So in the example of ROR and how ROR can fit into that, one simple way to explain this is to kind of talk about the research publishing process and how ROR fits in. So for example, a researcher submitting to a journal publishing system or to a data repository, for instance, might be asked to enter information about their affiliation. And so if the system that they are using is integrated with the ROR registry, then the researcher can select their affiliation name from a controlled list of options based on ROR. And then the ROR identifier for that affiliation can be stored in the system and then included in the metadata that is registered for that researcher's research output. So for example, in the DOI metadata. And so what that means is that if the ROR ID is then included in that DOI metadata, then that can flow downstream to services and systems that are harvesting or relying on DOI metadata to be able to track publications and to be able to easily identify all of the publications that are associated with that ROR ID. So just to give you a more detailed example of what that looks like, here is a screenshot of a system that is integrated with ROR. A researcher is submitting their information and they are asked to provide an affiliation. They're presented with a list of potential options based on what they type, and they can choose one. All of these options are coming from ROR's controlled list of affiliation names, and then once the affiliation is selected, the identifier can be stored in the background in the database. And so it's invisible to the researcher. The researcher doesn't have to know what their ROR ID is. All they have to do is select their affiliation, but the clean piece of metadata can be collected in the background to flow into the next part of the process. So then that ROR ID that has been selected can be included in the DOI metadata for the research output. So ROR is supported in DOI metadata in Crossref and in DataCite. ROR is also supported as an affiliation identifier in ORCID, as Paloma was explaining before. And so when we have ROR IDs that are embedded in these other components of the research ecosystem and research infrastructure, then we can really begin to make connections between them and develop the kinds of knowledge graphs and PID graphs that others have been talking about today to really understand which organizations are associated with which research outputs and to be able to connect those to the funders that are supporting those research projects, to the grants that were awarded by those funders, to the data sets that are associated with the papers. And so all of these connections and insights are really powered by open persistent identifiers. So just to recap some of the things that ROR does, ROR provides an open solution for disambiguating institutional names. ROR functions as an open persistent identifier that is really designed to work with other open persistent identifiers. And ROR really provides foundational open infrastructure for identifying research institutions and connecting them to research outputs. So I would just like to close with a few ways in which you can get started using ROR and working with ROR and get more involved if you wish to do so. So one way in which you can start using ROR in a more dedicated way is to integrate ROR in your systems, or if you are not operating your own system, to ask your vendors and service providers to integrate with ROR. Another way in which you can get involved in ROER is to help with curation. We have a public feedback form that is linked on the ROER website, and I'll share those links at the end, where anyone can suggest changes or additions to the registry. It's very important that the registry data is accurate and up to date, and so we are constantly receiving community feedback about how to maintain our data. And then lastly, you can join the community if you are interested in participating in community meetings and contributing feedback about registry development and future directions. We have regular community meetings every other month, and we have a few different working groups that people are welcome to join to get more involved in specific projects. So my last slide has a list of resources and links, and I expect that these slides will be shared with attendees so that you can consult these resources and learn more about ROER and get involved if you wish to do so. So thank you very much. I appreciate everyone's time and attention, and thank you again to the organizers for putting on this event and inviting me to speak.
Thank you, Maria, for this talk. And there is one last presentation from Irina. She is with Kuwait Analytics. You're welcome. Hello. I'm going to share my presentation, and I hope you can see it. Yes, we can see the slide. Well, we have 70 people still with us. Thank you, guys. So maybe I'm gonna try and wake some up. I'm kidding, actually, but speaking the last conference might be an interesting endeavor because everybody has said a lot of the things that you could have said in your talk. On the other hand, it allows to make certain conclusions, and sometimes they're not so good. Some presenters say that, well, they say the things they're not supposed to be saying. They forget about the subject of the panel they are in. And I'm in the same situation. It was supposed to be the analysis of open data, but I have seen that this session speaks about open data and reproducibility of results of research outcomes. But I don't think my presentation will be too much off topic anyway. So let me start with the 24th of February. And that's the day when the war started. On that day, I didn't know what to do. I could sort of expect this to happen, but still it was a surprise. I was thinking like, we've got a webinar and there have been people that signed up for that. 200 of them actually joined the webinar. At that time, many people tried to run for their lives and they were leaving the town. Many countries and companies have sided with the Ukraine to help it. Peravit is not an exclusion, and in early September, there was an official page carrying updates on support in the country. In Russia, the office was closed and the commercial operations were stopped. In late May, the contract was over, but Ukraine enjoyed access to the resources like Global of Science, to all government institutions, the patent database, so we could work on. So in the wartime, Ukrainian scientists had access to global science. And if you follow this link, you're going to be able to see all of the activity that has been going on and will be going on for the next couple of months. Somebody who has access to global science has to register. Right now, you cannot go to an office, so you can do it distantly. At globalscience.com, you can register, and then you can send a request to technical support saying that you are a Ukrainian institution and you will be granted access. You can find 249,000 publications affiliated to Ukraine since 1991. In one click, we can see that 59,000 out of them are open access items. If you think of gold open access, then it's about 29,000 publications. These are the absolute data, like number of publications, number of open access publications, citations. But for comparison, we need to think of normalized indicators. And then we use Insight using the data of global science. And you get more than 70 indicators calculated there. And there we can see the growing number of open access publications. In Ukraine, more than 50% of them are in open access. You can see all types of them: gold, green, hybrid access. It is higher than the world's average. So according to this, we're doing good in terms of open science. If you compare the number of publications in open access in Ukraine and elsewhere, then by number of publications, we are in the place 51. Through normalized indicators, it is 0.88. The world's average is more than 1. If you look at all Ukraine's publications, the normalized indicator is 0.61. So open access publications are more cited because there is more access to them for the research community. Anyway, nowadays, not everybody has access to conventional closed editions. Through Insight, we can see that all in all in this country, you get 450 highly cited papers. The publications which over the last decade have seen so many citations that they make the top 10. You get 450 of those in Ukraine. 366 are in open access. So again, we can see the benefit of using open access. And these publications feature a high percent of international collaboration. So when a scientist works in the international collaboration, very often they receive international grants. And most of the grants say that we have to be published in the open access journals. Some grants actually carry this condition. We can see quite a big share of collaboration with production. So if you have some good products, they need funding for implementation, and funding comes from industry. So these data can be easily explained, and they allow to build roadmaps, which are often mentioned but not always implemented. Among these publications, we can find a lot of corresponding authors, which are responsible for correspondence. This is an important thing in OA. We all heard about ABCs. It is article processing charge, and it's a publication fee which is paid by the corresponding author. If we author the piece, then we're gonna have to pay the fee. Many publishers today give us a waiver and would not pay the fee, but when everything is over, we will need to see where we can find the money and how we're gonna do it. How can we implement the Plan S, for example? We can sign a transformative agreement, but in order to do it, you need to understand that you used to have funds to pay for the complete tax. If you never had this, you won't be able to afford this agreement. So funding science is not enough for this purpose. If we think of APC, since the late February, it makes you think about APCs in the military. This conference is happening no matter what. And I enjoy being a part of it, and I think everything will work out fine at the end of the day. There will be webinars this coming November. On the 10th of November, there's going to be a webinar on open access and the things that have happened this week. So you're welcome to join that. Throughout the year, there's going to be 61 webinars in Ukrainian through WebEx. And there are other events happening in Zoom. Following the QR code, you will find a page with all of the links. Once you are in the research world, you will be there forever. We spoke of data reproducibility, and for a reason. You can find some documents on reproducibility of research data. We can select highly cited papers, and one of them is the paper that caused distrust to scientific data. In Science magazine, they once published results. So out of 100 psychology articles, only 36 were reproducible. Then they started doing this again and again. So psychology, sociology were covered, and we could find a lot of poor quality data as a result of that. In hard science, this thing happens as well, as we can see. So let's see how this publication impacted the rest of the story. So you get extra data in the Web of Science related records. So they consider co-citations of particular papers. And by following a particular theme, you can find 39,000 publications. So it's falsification in science. And you can use other data samples to do the same analysis. You can see who does what and who funds it. We conduct webinars and workshops where we talk about this extensively. We may like or dislike scientometrics, but still, it is what it is. You just need to use it appropriately. If you want to see something under a microscope, you might not like what you see. So pretty often, it's about what you're trying to see under a microscope or in the mirror. You just need to understand that it is what it is. You may like it or not. It's a different story. So I wish you all health, and may it be warm for you. And also, may everything work out fine. I'd like to thank all of the fellow presenters. I have enjoyed the presentations here, and I guess it's gonna help us have an impetus to move on forward with this research and open access. Thank you. Thank you, Irina. So with this, actually, the conference is over, and I'd like to thank everybody who joined us. Thank you for interesting presentations, questions, discussions. Thanks to the sponsors and tycoons who joined this endeavor and made it possible. Thanks to the Ministry of Education and Science for the idea, and my entire team in the library for pulling this idea off, and I think we have done a good job. Thanks to the interpretation service. And hopefully next time the conference will be happening in a peaceful setting. So I wish you all a good weekend, and I'll see you around.